Okay, we may start, I think.
Yeah.
We are already 5 minutes late, so we can start. Am I audible online? Can I get any confirmation that you hear me?
Luigi is here.
Okay. Sheila is here, and Carmela is here.
No one reacts, but I was talking with Professor Tsibranska-Kostova earlier, so I hope it's still working. Okay, so thank you very much for coming. I consider it a miracle that I invited you and you came, either in person or online. Thank you that you decided to spend this day together. I would like to say thank you to people who helped me to organize that, which are not visible now. That is Dr. Zofia Rzeźnicka, and Dr. Karolina Krzyżewska, Dr. Krzysztof Jagusiak, and of course Dr. Bojana Radovanović, who is co-organizer of Bogomil Seminar, and everything what happens here is done with her support. I propose to you topic polemical literature in Byzantium and the Slavic world. I think that study of polemical literature as a piece of literature is crucial to make our knowledge on heresies, on relations between religious majority and minorities more reliable. And today we will have opportunity to listen first Alessandra Bucossi, Marie-Hélène Blanchet as our plenary speakers, who will present their project Repertorium, auctorum, polemicorum. Then we will have three online participants, Octavian Negoiță, Zofia Brzozowska, who will devote their papers to Muslim-Christian relations, and then Professor Mariyana Tsibranska-Kostova, who will speak on Panoplia Dogmatica, and the last panel will be with papers by Angelin Kołów, devoted to Slavic polemics, rather to polemics between Christian and Orthodox and Latins in Slavic translation, and my paper and paper by Bojana devoted to Bogomils. Here's the microphone, some technical announcements. I think it will gather voices from the whole room. To online participants, if you want to ask a question, because after every panel there will be time for a discussion, you can raise your hand somewhere here in the Teams, MS Teams, to use chat, or just to switch on your microphone. And if you think we don't record that you want to ask a question, just switch on your microphone and start speaking, please. Okay, so I will now ask Angelin Kołów to chair the first session. Here is the place for presenter, because there is a camera. So that's it. And we can use it to switch the presentation.
Okay.
Next slide.
Thank you very much, Janek. Thank you for inviting us and organizing this, I hope, fruitful meeting. And there's no need for more words. And now I give floor to Alessandra Bucossi to present her project. Actually, not the paper, but the project.
Okay. Let's see if I manage to find the presentation.
I should do it.
Yeah, because
I forget.
Okay, you are opening it from this. Okay. And I have 1 hour. Wow, perhaps less. Marie-Hélène, I give you more. 45 minutes, I think, is enough. Okay, let me just see if I understand how these things work. Okay, great. Good morning. It's always funny to talk to, a screen, but now we are used to that, so it's funny. Okay, I'm here to present an international project that is shared with some colleagues, and I will mention them. And I'm extremely happy to present this project because, in fact, it's something that we really wanted to do, and we really thought was extremely important for us and for our research. So I'm going to present the Repertorium, auctorum, polemicorum, de pace et discordia inter Ecclesiam Graecam et Latinam, which we familiarly call RAP, which make us more modern, let's say. Okay, so people who are involved since the beginning: Marie-Hélène Blanchet, who is here with me today and who will present a more theoretical part of the project, while I'm only going through the project itself as it appears online. Luigi D'Amelia, who is in fact online listening to us. So good morning, Luigi. Thank you for being here. And myself. Luigi was working with me at Foscari University and now is at the Fondazione per le Scienze Religiose Giovanni XXIII in Bologna. So how the whole thing started, we were talking about it before when we were walking here. In this fantastic place, I should say so. Thank you for inviting us because it's a very nice place. So do come and see this university, which is fantastic, brand new and very welcoming. So we had a congress in 2016 in Venice, and the title was Contra Latinus et Adversus Grecos, la separazione tra Roma e Costantinopoli tra il IX e il XV secolo. And then the proceedings appeared, and you can find them in the series Orientalia Lovaniensia Analecta with the same title as the conference. Once the conference finished, or almost, Marie-Hélène and I went for dinner in a place called Pizzeria al Profeta. And we thought that was very, inspiring place, given the name. And we start talking about the desiderata that were presented during the Congress. What do we really need when we discuss polemical literature? What do we really need? I mean, we perceive this field as a field of research in progress. We need the basic tools because we are still waiting for major critical editions, for tools that allow us to orient ourselves in this huge amount of literature. In fact, we realized that we don't know how many texts were written, who wrote them. We know some authors, some of them are extremely famous, but in fact, we don't know the extent of the literature. There are some old publications, yes, but we don't have anything like, for example, a clavis. We thought that the clavis, I mean, the famous clavis published by Brepols, were an inspiring tool for us, something to organize our knowledge. So we thought, well, let's make a clavis, but of course we cannot call it clavis, I mean, in the sense that we didn't have any agreement with Brepols, and that's the typical thing that then creates problems. And then we thought about something different, and we decided to call it Repertorium. This is a bit of how things evolved, also because I think it's always useful. I know there are also young students with us today to explain how this kind of projects start. So in fact, the conference in Venice in December 2016 was funded by the Italian Ministry of University and Research, because at that time I had the grant to work on the 12th century and the relationship between East and West in the 12th century. And from that project, two critical editions appeared. One is Nicetes of Thessaloniki, the 6 dialogues on the procession of the Holy Spirit, and the other one is Ugo Eteriano, the Sanctity Immortali Deo. On the top of this, we decided to organize that 3 days conference, and we were something like 20 or something like this scholars discussing Greek polemical texts, Latin polemical texts, Slavonic texts in Slavonic languages. From that point on, I thought that was a great idea because I was funded by the Ministry of the Education, so I said I can start with an ERC project. In fact, my proposal failed. And that's always a good beginning when your proposal fails, because you feel like, you know, you can somehow revise your opinion about yourself and your research. But the ideas that you put in a research project, even if the application fails, should remain. That's a basic point I just want to stress. I mean, ideas are good. Perhaps the project is not good, but the ideas are good. So we kept the idea there, and then I applied for some university grant, and then we got the so-called, I mean, in Venice we call it SPIN, and we had the opportunity to build this small group, Marie-Hélène, Luigi, and myself, and do work on the project for 1 year. As you can see from the dates, I mean, we were not very lucky. Because it was 2020, 2021. So in fact, we didn't have the opportunity to meet or exchange or go to Paris. That was our dream because of the resources and the libraries in Paris. But still, we managed to start the project. And then we presented this summer our idea about our project at the International Conference of Byzantine Studies in Venice, and today here. Okay, just another thing. How much did it cost? Not because I'm from Genoa, so we are very famous for being in love with money, but because, again, I think especially for young students or young researchers, could be useful to understand, you know, the amount of money you need. An ERC project is 1,500,000 more or less. I mean, depends. Of course, if we had that money, we would have done a lot of things. But in fact, we didn't have that. We had almost, as you can see, 50,000 euros. But that was enough to employ a person and to build the database, let's say, which in fact is not actually like this, but I'm going to explain to you. Another announcement, let's say, we are open to collaborations. We would really like to collaborate with all of you who are dealing with polemical literature. Of course, we are dealing with the polemical literature related to the exchanges between Latin Church, Greek Church, or the mostly translation, I would say, in Slavonic languages or other texts in Slavonic languages. We know that already there are young students, young PhD students, who are working on texts that are extremely important. And therefore, we are looking forward to see their edition of these texts and to ask them to help us in improving our enterprise. So our first question that arose right at the beginning at the Profeta in Venice was, where should we store our data? Should we build from scratch a new database? And therefore, you know, start from scratch a database means a huge amount of money, a huge amount of work. And on the top of this means to build something like a website that must be maintained forever. And this means sustainability. I mean, will we have the money and the resources, the human resources to do it for the rest of our life, because this is certainly not a project that is going to stop in 2 years. No? And we said, no, I mean, no, perhaps yes, but in fact, start with such a big project without having, you know, the without being sure that we can then sustain it. Well, I don't think it's a great idea. So we thought about that, and we thought, well, perhaps we could store our data inside an existing database. Which one is the best existing database? The one we all use all the time, Pinakes, or Pinakes, à la française. Well, Pinakes will certainly, well, I hope and I wish, will last, because it's an important project done by a prestigious and very solid institution, so our data are safely stored there. Every single scholar checks Pinakes many times, even during the day. So our data are also visible there. It's free, so we like very much the fact that research is open access. And in any case, it needs collaborators. I don't know if you have seen the little announcement they put on their first page. It's a huge project, and they cannot do everything by themselves. So they always look for collaborators who, of course, must be trained on how to use the database. We did it. We did the online course on how to use Pinakes. And we thought we can be helpful. I mean, it's not just something that we use, but it's something to which we contribute, which is a plus for us. I mean, it's a very positive thing. I mean, it's also collaboration among scholars, and that's something that we all should do, we think. So Marie-Hélène, who is a very organized person, said we should organize it in phases. But it's true. I mean, you must give yourself a path to follow. So I'm going to present the 3 phases that we have decided to follow, and I'll say also how we are dealing with them now. The first phase is to assemble the corpus. So we thought the easiest way is to start from the existing printed text, which doesn't mean necessarily they are critical editions properly done in a scientific way and philological perfection. Sometimes we use text printed in the half of the 19th century, no critical apparatus, nothing, probably from one manuscript, sometimes really difficult to be found in libraries. Thanks God we have things online nowadays. And we decided to have a first survey of the printed text. That was the main part. At least we know if a text is printed and where. And these are data that, I mean, many critical editions appeared, so we just need this as a clavis. I mean, the text and the text where it's printed and where can be consulted. Coverage up until now. I had to confess that I had done this a bit before the project, because for my research project I decided to have an overview of the text up to the 12th century, so we were a bit advanced in that. We only needed to revise our data and to put them in Pinakes. So basically, from Maximus the Confessor, that probably can be perceived as the first text on the procession of the Holy Spirit, the famous letter to Marines Presbyterum, up to the 12th century, we have basically put everything we knew. So it's almost completed and under revision. The centuries between the 13th and the 14th century needs to be done still, and the 15th century is in progress. Phase B. The idea is to check the edition more properly, because right now we are just trying to have a general survey. The second phase will be to check the edition in order to extract useful data. For example, to check the list of manuscripts that appear in Pinaques and be sure that these correspond to those used in the edition. And if they don't appear in the edition, we need to check the manuscript itself and see if, the editor was wrong or Pinaques is wrong, of course. And also to see other details you can find in a critical edition. So, for example, if there is a shortened version of it or other things. The last phase will concentrate on unedited text and the catalogs of manuscripts. That will be, of course, extremely complex and time-consuming phase, because it means to check all the existing catalogs and see where there is a text that somehow is described as a text pro or against the Latins, and many times will be necessary to go to a library or to check a microfilm to see if this text is really a text that is unedited or if it's only manuscript of the text we know. Okay, now what we have decided? We have decided that was not very easy to find a solution to organize this data. I mean, to make this data searchable through a research engine that is not Pinaques. Why not only Pinaques? Because Pinaques is devoted to something else. It's devoted to the entire collection of Greek manuscripts. And the focus of Pinaques are the manuscripts. The focus of our research project are not the manuscripts, but the texts. And we wanted to have a search engine who could look only for the RAP texts, only for the text devoted to the discussions with the Latin Church. So what we have now is, let's say, a prototype, because we are still working on it, done by the IT people of Foscari University. And this system simply uses Pinaques pages to extract the data connected to the RAP project. So let's say that this is a kind of extraction of data. I mean, we extract the data from Pinaques, only those we are interested in, and they are displayed on this search engine, which is in fact in our website. I'll explain briefly what you can find and a bit of why we decided to do things in this way. You have three kinds of searches. A very simple one using either the name of the author or the title of the RAP number, if you know it. And then I'll tell you also a bit about the RAP number. An advanced search where, as you can see, you can search for other things. The titulus in Greek, the incipit, the desinit, the century, or the curator, because each one of us sign the author is dealing with, and then some other things that I'm going to explain in a while, relationship and terminology. There is also the possibility to search the bibliography related, like for example, you know that, okay, I quote myself just because it's easy, Bucossi edited something, but you don't remember actually the title or anything like this. And so you search for Bucossi and you will find Andronikos Kamatiros' Sacrum Armamentarium and Nicetas of Thessaloniki, the 6 dialogues. When you go to the author page, we thought that was extremely important to offer all the possibilities you have, because some of our authors are known under different names. Niketas of Thessaloniki can be also the Cartophylax, can be Niketas of Maronea. Perhaps some of you remember that even in ODB, the Oxford Dictionary of Byzantium, there are quotation marks, because of this of Maronea is under debate. And then also the Greek version of the name, which again could be different. So in order to identify it, yes?
Do we remember the tract of Leo Latius, De Nicetibus?
Yeah, exactly.
In the 17th century, they had the same problem.
Exactly. I don't know if you have heard it. Angel was quoting Leone Allacci, and the text on the different Niketas we know, because there is this need to distinguish between them. And then we have some links. The first one is the link to Pinakes, because some authors didn't write only on the relation with between the churches, but they wrote also other things. So it still can be useful to have a place where you have all the titles, all the texts and everything. So there is a link to Pinakes. And then a second one that you see here is the link to the Oxford Dictionary of Byzantium. So that we try to be to give you the possibility to identify the author we are talking about very clearly. The RAP unique identifier, we give a number to each text exactly as the clavis patrum Grecorum, patrum Latinorum do, because it's extremely complex in some cases to identify the text. Could be that the text has a very general title, Contra Latinos, doesn't mean anything. I mean, we have tons of Contra Latinos, so we don't know which kind of text we are talking about, or De Processione Spiritus Sancti. So when we clearly identify a text, and this is done on the basis, of course, of the content, we give a unique number. The number you see, like this one, 179, is not a meaningful number in the sense that there is no order from 1 to. No? The number is related. We decided to use this number only because it's related to the number of the page that is in Pinakes. And so we build this link that is very tight and useful with the Pinakes database. But in any case, this means to have only one number to identify a text, which is much better than having a descriptive title, because the descriptive title doesn't work. Doesn't work because we have many titles for the same text. And you will see every time we put the RAP, the RAP number, and also the curator of the page and the year where that page was done. We have different titles, and we try to use all of them. And we will add more of them if we find them. Like, for example, in a manuscript, in a catalog of manuscript. Could be that there is listed under a new fantastic title that nobody knows, but in fact the text is exactly the same. I only offered 2 examples amongst many, because basically every single text has different titles. Once you have the general title, you can find it in a catalog or in a publication. Then, to be certain that is exactly the text you are looking for, We have also decided to put the titulus as was given by the author if there is a title, and the incipit and the designate. Okay, this starts to be a first problem, because it could be that you have a text that in fact starts in a different way. Perhaps the first 3-4 lines are rearranged, but in fact the greatest part of that text is exactly the same. So little by little, especially dealing with critical edition, so our next phase, we will, although in fact we are doing it already because we want to be sure to be precise even now, we can add also the other beginnings, the other incipit, if we find different incipit. The same problem goes with the recensiones. I mean, it happens that you can have the same text under different recensiones. So we try also in this case to be precise in order to allow our user to identify the text they are interested in. On the same page at the bottom, we have decided to change a bit the color to be sure that it's clear that the manuscript tradition comes directly from Pinakes. So we use their data, we have their data also in our page, but we keep also all the links to go back to Pinakes if you want to work more on manuscript. And of course, the two things are related, and once we change something in Pinakes in 10 seconds, I mean, the time that the pages connect to each other, they will appear also on our database. Keywords. Marie-Hélène is going to talk also about keywords, but I told you before that I was going to tell you that in the advanced research, you can also search for what we call relationship and terminology. And you have 4 categories here. The subject of controversy, so it, as you can imagine, means union of the churches, filioque, azymes, I mean. The literary form, so is it a letter? Is it a treatise? Is it a dialogue? How do we describe it now? I mean, how it appears in our publications now. Then there are other 2 categories that are interesting. The type of relationship between text and the Greek terminology of literary form. I'll start from the second one. When I say the literary form as it is for us, means that we try to describe it in modern, using a modern terminology. Dialogue, treatise. But we are adding there the Greek term that we find in manuscripts. If it's called whatever, I have a number of names, a number of terms used by our Byzantine authors. We believe that this kind of collection of data is going to be extremely meaningful once we have the complete overview of the text. Because this will allow us to think about how the Byzantine authors perceive their text, not how we interpret them. So what is the difference between calling kefalaia syllogistica and kefalaiodes elenkoi? Why they decided to use one or the other? Of course, this is also related to the manuscript tradition, of course, because it depends perhaps also on the scribe. But that's the kind of analysis we would like. I'll go back to the œuvre liée, the relationship with other works. In this kind of literature, we find many times that there is a relationship between different texts, either because is, for example, a refutatio, a refutation of something, or a commentary, or an epitome. There are texts that are related. Bacchus wrote the refutation of Kamatiros, for example. And we think that is extremely important for us to have a clear picture when texts are related. The bibliography. We thought it was extremely important to list all the possible, not only edition, but also printed version. Like, you know, if there is what we call the édition de référence, which means the most important edition we have, or at least the most important printed form of the text. But we thought also that it was important to indicate not the full bibliography, that's impossible. In some cases, you can, I mean, Photius, we cannot have the entire bibliography on Photius, come on. But at least if there are some studies that are extremely important, for example, for the dating of a text, then in that case, we put the study under the bibliography. And if there is a new edition and an old printed version, we put both of them, because depending on the kind of study you are conducting, can be very useful. Another issue is the curator. Each one of us, let's say, takes responsibility for his own work, although we try to check each other. But we thought that it is just fair to sign what you have done. I mean, each one of us is going through, you know, the process of, you know, your institution checking your bibliography, what you have done, if you have worked enough, and blah, blah, blah. So that's a way also to, you know, testify the work we have been doing, and therefore we have decided also to add a little button where you can have the possibility to see how to quote that single page. Some difficult issues. Well, of course, there are the keywords. We have decided to use the keywords because we really think it's going to be important to see, for example, how many texts were written on the Filioque in the 12th century and how many texts on the Azyme in the 12th century. I can tell you that on the Azymes, much less. On the Filioque, a lot. What about 1054? A lot on the Azymes, very few on the Filioque. Of course, I talk about the period I prefer and the one I'm into. So to have this kind of keywords, we think will allow us to have some data to analyze. A quantitative approach, certainly, but we are pretty sure that it's going to become a qualitative approach at a certain point. I mean, the data will be interesting for us. How many texts in that century? How many texts in the other century? How the amount of texts are distributed throughout the centuries? I mean, how many texts were written in the 13th, 14th, 15th centuries? I mean, these are the kind of questions nobody has asked up until now, having the entire panorama. The idea of the different genre is the topic I told you about before. What kind of literary genre is this? For now, we are describing it in our words and using the Greek words, but we are certain that at the end it will be useful to have, again, the entire panorama. How many dialogues? Are they all called dialogues? And then there are some other problems. One of the most typical problems, I suppose you all know about the problem, is the florilegia. That's not very easy. Okay. What we are doing right now about the two following problems. One is the problem of the anonymous text, and the second one is the florilegia. When you go and check catalogs, many times you find unedited text contra Latinos. Okay, very interesting. Once you have this information, and sometimes you don't even have the incipit, or sometimes you do, but you are not sure, or you don't know that in incipit. I mean, it becomes an enormous problem. I mean, because you don't know where to start from, and you don't know even to catalog this kind of text. So for now, we have decided to use a category, Polemica scripta anonima. That's the only thing we can do. Because we don't know anything about the author, and we are not yet in a stage where we can say more than that, and we cannot stop and check every single text. We can do this. We can see if there is something in, let's say, in a manuscript. We can see the incipit if there is the incipit. We know that it's unedited. We don't know anything about the author. We don't know anything about the century. We cannot stop and study the text. So we put the RAP number, we put the incipit, and we put Polemica scripta anonima. That's the only thing we can do for now. So they are all under one big category, and this means that, in fact, the reader should check carefully the incipit, because that's the only thing that distinguishes one text from the other. We hope that in the future we will be able, or more people, more students, more scholars will be able to go and decide, okay, I'm take 248 and I'm gonna see, you know, and I'm gonna edit it. But for now, we can only try to put things in folders, let's say, to try to tie things up. Well, for the florilegia, again, and also because Pinaces is done in this way right now, florilegia is a big category in Pinaces. You can see at the right end of the screen that now there are some huge subcategories. You look for florilegia as, let's say, an author, as a container, and then you find all the florilegia there, as are listed in Pinaces. The only possibility we have now, when we find manuscripts where there is an anthology, a florilegium, described as contra Latinos, pro Unione, to put, at the moment there are only those adversus, so it's called adversus Latinos, and that's, let's say, the big folder where we are putting things for now. But while in the case of the Polemica scripta anonima, we could give a RAP number, because there is an incipit that distinguishes properly, at least something, some details are useful. With the anthologies, the situation is much more complicated, because we need to distinguish them. For example, I give you, when you go on Pinaces, you look in the manuscript, and there is no way to distinguish if that one is an anthology. Because perhaps you can see listed many fathers of the church, and you must be very careful and have a look at the folia, because perhaps it's not Basil del Spirito Sancto, but it is Basil del Spirito Sancto 2 lines. In fact, it's not the text, it's just an entry in an anthology. So you need to distinguish where an anthology starts and ends inside the manuscript. And that's the first problem. Then you need to distinguish amongst them. Are all these anthologies the same? I mean, you know the famous publication about the Florilège Spiritual, no? Very sharp. Can we identify different families of anthologies? What is the relation between the various anthologies? That's a huge amount of work. And we need also to distinguish within the anthology, I mean, where a single quotation starts and where a single quotation ends. I mean, the problem with the anthologies and the Florilegia, whatever you want to call them, is extremely difficult. But I think also will be extremely fruitful once we have done it. As for now, as I told you, we have just a big category. So while we work, we see more problems. And that's the idea, to have Florilegia as author, or better category, and Adversus Latinos as content. Why do you see Pinakes now? Because we are thinking about how to deal with it. And if you have ideas, I mean, can we really give a rough number to each one of the manuscripts that contains an anthology? Probably it's not the best way, because if you don't have analyzed the anthology, haven't analyzed the anthology, you don't actually know the contents. So it is possibly you are putting together, you know, bananas and apples. It doesn't work. So as for now, we can just put everything under one big title. I don't think it's the best idea to have a RAP number, because the RAP number must identify a particular text, distinguished from all the others. This is a matter for discussion. I mean, this thing of Florilegia, I mean, we had a discussion also during the International Congress of Byzantine Studies. This is a problem for everyone. I mean, Emiliano Fiori was discussing Florilegia in Syriac, and I mean, the same situation. I mean, we don't have decided yet how scientifically we want to approach the problem of Florilegia. And Florilegia are extremely important, we know. I mean, we know. So, future developments, I'll be very brief. Well, because I've already told you that for now we are dealing with the text written in Greek, but we believe that without having an overview of the text written in Latin and in the Slavonic languages, we will not get the entire picture. We should stop this awful approach. You know, Byzantine is built with Greek, medieval is with Latin. They don't see each other, they don't exchange anything. That's exactly what we want to avoid. Of course, we can start only with the Greek things. We are Byzantinists, but we really want to have other people to work with us. And we are ready to think about, with these possible collaborators, about the possible solution, to have also a database for the Latin text and a database for the Greek, this text in Slavonic languages. And once we have the 3 databases, to have only one search engine. So at the end, we will be able to say, okay, let me see what was written in the 12th century, sorry, the 12th century is my favorite, in the 12th century about the Azores. In the Latin West, in the Greek East. Or even more interesting will be when we will reach, I mean, the Marie-Hélène's period. What was written in Latin during the Council of Florence? What was written in Greek? What are the relationships between the texts? And we can say, it's not a secret, we are talking, for example, to Brepos. I mean, they have this clavis clavium. We are exploring with them the possibility to find, a way to make things interact. Hopefully, that could be a possibility. I mean, to have something that is open access forever, done by a prestigious, in this case, is a publisher, but in the case of Pinakes as an institution, we know. I mean, we want things to be sustainable. That's our first goal, to be open to everyone. Second goal, to be open to the entire medieval world. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Do you want to have questions? I don't know. What do you want to do? Perhaps at the end we can have a bit of discussion. Yeah.
My suggestion is
Yeah.
to wait to the end of the session, but we can change it.
No, it's fine.
I think it's better to.
Yeah, at the end, yeah.
Thank you, Alessandra, for describing step by step what you have done. And I think there will be questions, remarks, and so on. But now it's Marie-Hélène Blanchet's turn to present her part of the picture.
Thank you very much to all, and hello to the ones who are online. So now it will be more theoretical, as Alessandra said. So analyzing the corpus of East-West Christian polemics with the help of a database. What I will say is mainly the result of many discussions we had with Alessandra and with Luigi D'Amelia, so hello Luigi. And I think they were a bit tired about my taste for discussion and theoretical discussions, but in the end I think something comes out from all that. So I want to share with them the responsibility of what I will say. Even if sometimes, of course, and this is just human, we don't agree.
Yes, that's the best part of research.
So, taking the decision to build a database on polemical texts is one thing, perhaps prophetic, but carrying it out is another thing. We have been compelled to ask ourselves many questions as our project progressed, and since I have now the opportunity and the time today to look back on the difficulties we faced and the choices we made, I would like to warmly thank our hosts here at the Seranium of the University of Lodz, UŁ, sorry, especially Jan Wolski for his invitation. So Alessandra has already explained that we wanted to create a repertorium, a clavis, but we did not want to limit ourselves to that. Yes. Our project implied integrating in a database all sorts of information that are not easily normalized. We try to analyze ideological trends, currents of ideas, such as anti-Latin feeling or unionism. In this respect, the main problem, which I will discuss at length, is the following one. How do we define a coherent corpus on this type of topic, and on the basis of which criteria? We have chosen to start from the works, just as Alessandra insisted a lot, in an analytical way by treating them one by one, so still according to the approach of a clavis. A work is therefore a basic element for us, the elementary unit of our database. Thanks to Pinakes, we had the possibility of starting from the work while taking into account its material support, the manuscript, which is extremely valuable, enough to satisfy the philologist. But we also needed to contextualize each work with the authors and possibly that of the addressee's name, as well as elements of dating and place, so enough to satisfy the historian. By using the information related to the manuscript tradition and the elements of contextualization of the works, we combine our two respective approaches as a philologist and as a historian. So this database is an interdisciplinary database. It attempts to synthesize two methodologies and two types of questioning for the same object, the polemical texts. One of the great advantages of a clavis is that, apart from its interest as a practical tool, it allows an analytical, open approach to the subject, which is not unduly predetermined and not overly theoretical. So thank you. By definition, the corpus will be constituted by accumulation, and it will be the result of what we ourselves have put in the database. Our corpus will thus appear in the end, in an eschatological future, as a kind of epiphany, as a full picture of the whole set of polemical texts. Our goal, ideally, is indeed to cover all this production in an exhaustive way. But we are still a long way from achieving this, and in the meantime, we needed to develop certain conceptual tools to reflect on the corpus we wanted to build. We therefore had to define the works we consider suitable for inclusion in the database, those that are legitimate for inclusion and those that we exclude. The database is nothing more than what we make from it and how we feel it, according to the results we expect from it. This implies the need for a very thorough reflection upstream and also along the way, step by step, on the conception of the tool we are building. I will not speak of constraints linked to our working in Pinakes, since we are free to modify the work descriptions if necessary. Thus, we can create recensions, Alessandra showed us, when there are several parallel versions of a text. We can choose to unify or divide a work description in the case of correspondences, for instance, and I will come back to this point, or florilegias, which Alessandra mentioned. So we are very free in the way we organize our object of study. And it is therefore up to us to determine the limits to be given to our database. The current database so far is in a state of imperfect prototype. For the moment, it only includes Greek texts, but I will talk about the general project and therefore also about Latin and Slavic texts. For the moment, it contains virtually only texts whose authors are identified, but it is obviously intended to include anonymous texts. It is therefore a prototype, which means that our reflection is ongoing and certain inflections for certain choices are still possible. This is what makes this presentation so exciting for us as a kind of test of our project, and we would be very happy to receive your opinions and suggestions. So, how to conceive and circumscribe a corpus? We seek to build up and cover, if possible in full, what I have defined in my title as the corpus of East-West Christian polemics. All these terms have to be precisely defined so that we can identify what is to be included in our corpus and what is to be excluded. So problems of definition, all that. So I will treat them step by step, and I begin with East-West Christianity. We are dealing with an intra-Christian controversy that divides the Eastern and the Western faithful. But the definition of our project is actually much more precise, since we do not take into account Eastern Christians, so non-Chalcedonian Christians. Our interest is therefore exclusively focused on medieval Christianity and on the division that led to the emergence of two groups within Christian Europe, so one Western and the other one Eastern. And I hope we will also have the opportunity to discuss about heresies and other kind of polemics. It will be very interesting for us also to think about that. This process of separation is the result of the East-West schism, as we have long been told. Well, unless it is the other way around, and an invisible division between these two areas ended up taking the shape of a schism. In the context of the RAP project, this question can be left open. We do not need to solve it, but it is not useless to keep it in mind. So, did the schism come first, or is it itself a result? In order to define the protagonists involved, we avoid, or at least we clarify, several terms that seem to us to be trapped. For the medieval period, the opposition between Catholics and Orthodox is incorrect, and if it is used in spite of everything, it should not be taken in its contemporary sense, but by including within the Catholicity all the populations that are today Protestant. It is just self-understanding, but I recall this because when we write, we sometimes just forget these kinds of problem of definition. Furthermore, there is a tendency to present these two groups as Greeks on the one hand and Latins on the other. Here again, Greeks obviously does not correspond to the Greek people alone, but should be understood as including all the Christians of Eastern Europe up to the Rus of Kiev, and therefore not only Greek-speaking Christians, but also Slavic-speaking ones. The term Byzantines, understood not in an ethnic sense, but as including all the Christians of the Byzantine Empire, might be more appropriate. But there is another problem. Its definition changes according to the periods, according to the more or less wide extension of the empire. This is why we use in our Latin subtitle the terms Graecam and Latinam, which correspond in Latin more clearly to obediences and not to ethnic divisions. And when we have to abandon Latin, as in today's presentation, I will prefer the terms Byzantine Church and Roman Church, which clearly refer to the patriarchal sees of Constantinople and Rome. For the various reasons I have just mentioned, we have, from the outset, conceived of a database that takes into account the whole of the European Christian world, and it must therefore include works in Greek or Slavonic and Latin, and possibly, if there are any, we don't know, in all the vernacular languages of Europe. We will see that if it happens. Now, polemics. Definition. And this is tricky. Polemics is defined as, from this definition, we can find others. It's just to start. The art or practice of debate, usually written, heated or aggressive. In this definition, the idea of aggressiveness is undoubtedly the most important for a term that is directly linked to the lexical field of war. So, in short, polemics is a category of written texts, let us say, aiming at confrontation of ideas. These texts contribute to the clash by steering it or by responding to it, whereas aggressiveness seems to be less present in the notion of controversy, which is more akin to discussion. According to this definition, the scope of polemical texts seems clear: But now how can we distinguish intra-Christian religious polemical texts from the whole of medieval literature? A first approach would be to consider only those writings that accuse the adversary. So the speeches contra Latinos or contra Graecos. That is to say, the texts that denounced the opposing religion as erroneous. However, the responses to this type of texts are also part of the polemical works we are interested in, and it is therefore necessary to take into account the works written in apology of one or the other of the relevant groups. Our corpus thus includes, without hesitation, the pro and the contra. We do not therefore place ourselves in the same perspective as those who study only anti-Latin or anti-Greek polemics. When an entire work reflects an attitude of religious polemics, the choice to include it in rap is obvious. It's not difficult. This is not the case when a work appears to be composite, partially polemical, or even apparently non-polemical, summarizing, for example, previous writings that were themselves polemical. The question is all the more delicate since the polemical dimension is understandable from the content of a work, but it does not imply the use of a specific literary genre, as we already saw. This is indeed sometimes the case, for example, regarding theological treatises against the Latin doctrine of the procession of the Holy Spirit, but polemics is also very often expressed in letters or in histories or in alleged neutral genre. Examples. For example, Nicholas Cabasila's commentary on the liturgy. Liturgy is not very much polemical. Composed in the second half of the 14th century, so the explanation of the divine liturgy. It contains a famous passage on epiclesis, chapters 29 and 30, so the invocation of the Holy Spirit by the priest when celebrating the Eucharist. This passage offers the author the opportunity to defend his own liturgical practice against that of the Latins, which does not feature epiclesis in the same way. Should we consider that these two chapters, quite small in the work, are sufficient to make this liturgical commentary a polemical work that should be included in rap? I don't answer to my questions now. A further example is that of the Chronicles, which we consider to be part of the historical genre. A chronicle such as that of John Kinamos, written in the 1180s, deals mainly with the Second Crusade and the conflicting relations between Byzantines and Latins, and it is not directly connected with religious polemics. We therefore exclude it from the scope of rap. But what should we do with the chronicle of Pachymeris, which relates all the episodes of the Union of Lions and provides summaries of certain important texts, as well as the theological discussions to which they gave rise, such as, for instance, the anti-unionist Tomos of Gregory of Cyprus at the Synod of Blackheim in 1285. Pachymeris' nuanced position regarding the union appears in his presentation of this Tomos, which he eventually had to sign. Should we deduce from this that he himself was involved in religious polemics? So the criterion. One criterion seems to us relevant in order to draw a line here, as far as possible, between the works that are intended to be part of rap and those that are not. It is the author's position, so a position of enunciation, in fact, that expresses participation in the debate. The author declares himself, explicitly or implicitly, to be linked to a camp and makes an assessment of the disputed question. However, it is necessary to define precisely what the debate is about and what makes it possible to determine whether a work, and now I quote myself, is or is not directly connected with religious polemics. So, polemics about what? I used the expression East-West Christian polemics, and I said several times that it is about religious polemics. So, our object of research is not the whole of the relations between the Latins on the one hand and the Byzantines and the Slavs on the other. We do not follow an ethnic or identity-based approach in order to study the representation of the other, but we focus on the religious issues between these two groups of Chalcedonian Christians. That is to say, for the period under consideration, we are interested in the situation of division or schism between these Christian populations. The object of polemics, as it emerges from the texts, is sometimes the schism itself, or its opposite, the union. But more generally, what is at stake in the confrontation seems to be the Church itself. In the context of the division between Constantinople and Rome, the need to define the true Church arises, as does the question of whether Christians of one obedience can be received into the other one. The polemical works produced in this context could be read as a long process of dividing a previously undivided heritage. The transition from a unitary universal church to two competing churches is accompanied by a rivalry between East and West over several well-known issues, either doctrinal, the filioque, or jurisdictional, the primacy within the church, the unique church, or related to worship practices, hymns, cult of icons, cult of saints, etc., or canon law, sacraments, ordination of married men, etc. All these topics can be included and gathered under an ecclesiological problematics, consisting in examining two things: the discourse produced by each church on itself, and second, in return, the discourse produced by each church on the articles of faith and practices of the faithful of the other church in order to condemn them. The scope of the texts to be taken into account becomes clearer thanks to this definition. It is obviously not limited to writings dealing only with the filioque, since all other subjects of dissension between the churches must be taken into consideration. This principle leads, in some cases, to more or less unexpected consequences. In the case of polemics surrounding the union of the churches, so at the time of the Union of Lyons, so 1274, and then at the time of the Union of Florence, 1439, the conflict did not systematically involve members of the two obediences. In the Byzantine world, at least, the controversy became internal and gave rise to a conflicting production among the Orthodox, often in the form of treatises which were then refuted by the opponents. So the Greek polemical texts were thus no longer aimed at Latins, but at other Orthodox, and sometimes on a subject apparently far away from ecclesiastical matters. An example. This is the case of the text by George Digenadius entitled De Pace de Queferendo Patriae Auxilio Supplicatio. It's part of his oration in the Council of Lyons. It is an appeal to his compatriots to organize the dispatch of military aid to Constantinople while the Turks were threatening to besiege it in 1439. However, it should be added that this speech was given in Florence during the council with the intention of convincing the members of the Byzantine delegation to support the union. It is therefore a unionist speech that sets out the union of the churches as a condition for the salvation of Constantinople, thanks to the dispatch of soldiers by the papacy. The author's committed position, first, and the ecclesiological dimension of the text's content, second, are both present, visible. So these are the two necessary criteria that I have just identified. This last case is extreme, but it clarifies the way in which RAP is built. The database is intended to contain all the works which discuss ecclesiological issues in the broadest sense of the term, between Christians of the obedience of Constantinople and that of Rome. The twofold criterion for including a text in the scope of RAP is therefore, I repeat myself, the existence of an author's position on the problem of the either unity or division or union of the Byzantine and Roman churches. The author expresses an opinion, takes a position, the question of the common belonging or not of the faithful to the same Christian church. All this reflection, all what I have said until now, is encapsulated in our title and above all in our subtitle, the final formulation of which was found by Luigi D'Amelia, à tout seigneur, tout honneur. So, you recognize, I don't speak about Repertorium, this was Clavis, and Alessandra spoke about it. So, polemicorum, polemical text, what is it? So, De Pace and Discordia, pro and contra, Ecclesia, which is the object, and Graecam and Latinam. So, everything I said until now. After these problems related to the definition of the database content, I now turn to another type of problem of chronological limits of the corpus. Here I will speak almost only of the corpus in Greek because the problem of the chronological limits may arise in a little differently, in a little different way in each of the areas involved, but in the long run, we will have to think about a common chronological framework. So when to start our repertoire and when to end it? It is obvious that our choices in this regard may be based on preconceived ideas and may have implications for the understanding of the question. In short, we may favor certain interpretations of the schism to the detriment of others. We have the right to reflect on relevant criteria on this point. Downstream limit where to stop. Since the schism is not yet solved, polemical texts between Catholics and Orthodox exist to the present day and could potentially be included in the same database for a long-time study of the issue, which would not be uninteresting in itself. But as Byzantinists, however, we had focused our research on the medieval period. The most natural choice would have been to start with the fall of Constantinople in 1453, which marks a turning point. But is this turning point really relevant to our ecclesiological matter? It should be remembered that the official rejection of the Union of Florence dates to the Pan-Orthodox Council of 1484. So all the polemical works produced up to that date can legitimately be included in our corpus. Moving forward to 1484 allows us, for instance, to include all the late works of Scholarius, of Bessarion, and also all the works by a Cretan author such as Joseph Plousiadenos, who was hardly touched by the events of 1453 in the Venetian Crete. This choice, therefore, seemed to us more coherent even than that of 1453. But once we had passed the threshold of the fall of Constantinople and entered the post-Byzantine period, it was tempting to go even further, since attempts at union took place afterwards and gave rise to the same time of polemical literature whose production never ceased. And so where to stop? We have decided in favor of a non-scientific criterion on this issue of the downstream limit. Insofar as we are working within the Pinakes manuscript database, and as it ends at the end of the 16th century, we pragmatically concluded that we could use the same chronological boundary, arbitrarily, so to say, namely the end of the 16th century. Having not found a satisfactory terminus on the side of the Greek works, it is not to be excluded that we may find one by discussing with our colleagues who will be working on the Latin and Slavic databases. For instance, could the choice of the Council of Trent make sense? We have to think over it. Now, limit upstream. Where to start? The problem of the chronological limit upstream was even more daunting. At which moment should we consider that there were polemical works and therefore religious polemics and therefore a conflict between the western and eastern part of the Christian world, so between Rome and Constantinople? We are not the first one who ask ourselves about that, of course. We conceive of our database as a tool intended to be widely used by the research community and even beyond, and therefore our position on the origin, in the sense of beginning, of the religious conflict expresses our historiographic view of the question. So should we choose 1054, the traditionally accepted date for the beginning of the schism, but increasingly challenged by scholars? It was obvious that 1054 was not a relevant date, since earlier polemical texts exist, and we wanted to include them in RAP. Let us remark that this choice, which was the subject of no hesitation between us, is already in itself significant. It means that we consider the process leading to the schism to predate the 11th century and also to be documented before the 11th century. So, should we start with the Phocian schism, that is in the second half of the 9th century? It is known that this schism lasted from 8060 to 8080 and that it gave rise to a certain production of polemical texts, even if the attribution and dating of certain works, perhaps many works, are disputed, the ones by Phocius especially. These works were obviously entitled to be included in RAP, but does the temporary conflict between Patriarch Phocius and Pope Nicholas I represent a clear beginning? And if so, the beginning of what? If we refer to the main topic present in the Greek polemical works of the second half of the 9th century, so the Filioque, it is certainly not a new topic in this period. Should we assume that the discussion of the Filioque was the beginning of the process leading to the schism, we should not start with Phocius, but with at least Maximus the Confessor, who discussed this point in his letter to Marinus of Cyprus, so in the 640s. It would take back the beginning of the process more than 2 centuries, to the first half of the 7th century, and why not go back even further in the pneumatological debates? In the absence of a clear thematic beginning, it could be argued that the conflict between Phocius and Nicholas I was more a jurisdictional one, since Photius objected above all to the Pope of Rome's desire to interfere in his election. But this type of conflict and the subsequent breaking of communion were not new in the 9th century, neither were temporary schisms. The Acacian Schism had thus divided the church for a few years because of the excommunication of Patriarch Acacius of Constantinople by Pope Felix III in 484. And it was also during the period of this schism that Pope Gelasius wrote his 4th treatise containing his doctrine of the two powers, in which he claimed the primacy of jurisdiction of the See of Rome. So does Gelasius' text belong to our corpus? The Latin one. Two conclusions must be drawn from this. The first one is that the Photian Schism, very often presented in historiography as being the first stage immediately preceding the definitive break between Rome and Constantinople, does not in any way constitute a beginning out of nothing. This is a very prevalent historiographical schema whose emergence and development should be thoroughly studied beyond Francis Dvornik's work in order to understand the context in which this interpretation of the schism was created. But as for us, we are obviously not bound by it. The second conclusion is again pragmatic. We cannot set a clear and consensual beginning to neither the schism nor to the appearance of polemical works between the Christian West and East on any of the ecclesiological questions at stake, including the doctrinal ones. We have therefore deliberately avoided the problem, once again, for the moment at least, while warning rough users of our policy. So this is on our website. The chronological period covered is from the late antiquity to the 16th century, the same period that is covered in the Pinakis database with which RAP collaborates. This is very vague for the moment, and deliberately so, until scientific progress on the issue allows us to take a reasoned and well-argued position. It is time now to summarize the problems we have faced and the decisions we have made concerning the corpus, so that I can then present the results we hopefully expect from our database. So, a corpus containing works in Greek, Latin, and Old Slavonic, works pertaining to intra-Christian religious polemics and having as their contested object the church in all its dimensions, so doctrinal, jurisdictional, cultural, canonical, hierarchical, exegetical, and etc. We take into account polemical works that attack the otherness of the opposing Christian, as well as those that argue for the opposing Christians being a member of the church. We don't take into account all the works dealing with the relationships between the Latin, Byzantine, and the Slavs in the Middle Ages, and our chronological period covers the very broad Middle Ages, from late antiquity with a terminus to be specified, to the 16th century, again with a terminus to be specified. So now expected results. All the previous steps were absolutely necessary for our corpus to be coherent and for the questions we ask to make sense, since our aim is to compare comparable things. I will not go back over the usefulness of RAP as a repertoire or clavis. Alessandra has already presented this aspect. Now I would like to see in which point the creation of a precise and coherent corpus can help us to search by cross-referencing queries according to several criteria, and how it should make it possible to provide some tentative answers, necessarily rather rough, in 4 directions. So, the proportion of a category of polemical works compared to the whole corpus, chronological evolutions in the polemical discourse, vocabulary used to refer to the polemical forms, and links between the works. The first two aspects are mostly quantitative, while the third and fourth are both quantitative and qualitative. I will explain that in more details. So, proportion. This question is of great interest to me as a historian, for the simple reason that our sources never allow us to which proportion of the population took this or that stance on the ecclesiological questions we are talking about. For example, which proportion of the population of Constantinople was unionist at the time of the Union of Florence? We don't know, and we cannot know. On the other hand, we can work on populations of works. I'm deliberately using the vocabulary of statisticians. And thus we can provide an idea of proportions. Obviously, these are not precise proportions, but they can be indicative. For example, among all the texts preserved for the years 4000, 4039, so before the Union, which proportion of our works are related to the Union? When we have this result, we can have with the database, so from that point, it will be possible to ascertain which works were unionists and which were anti-unionists. And so to have an idea of the quantities. Another example, what is the proportion of works dealing with the filioque compared to our entire corpus of polemical works? Thanks to the keywords we assign to each work, this question can be asked on all the subjects we have identified. Besides primacy, we have about 20 topics in our list of keyword subjects, and they can be crossed with a particular chronological period. I repeat that our tool is rough and our results are likely to be biased because of several issues that need to be examined. So several problems with this question of proportions. The first problem is, this is what we try to do. The first problem is the total number of works or the full picture according to Alessandra's formula. This total number, which is probably not so huge, I mean, when you check manuscripts, you can notice that compared to liturgical production, for instance, polemical production is very inferior. So the total number obviously depends on our own conception of what a work is. Let us take patriarchal letters or patriarchal acts, and we have not dealt with that, so our database is not complete in any way until now. Or popes' letters, and I can take the example of Pope Innocent III letters, because it has been published as an edition gathering all his letters. So depending on whether we introduce into the database these letters as a single work by an author, or whether we introduce them one by one, the numerical effect will be completely different. And thus the proportions will be impacted, of course. The same applies to a correspondence. And so, considering the precise referencing that we want to achieve with the works of our database, it is more logical to proceed analytically, so to introduce the acts and the letters one by one, considering each one as a work. But what about a theological treatise in several books, with each part dealing with a different topic? This is the case, for example, with the Contra Latinus by Matthew Blastaris in the first half of the 14th century. Separate parts deal respectively with the filioque, with zymes, with ecumenical councils. So should we split up the content and make several separate descriptions, or consider the whole as a single work? Whatever our own policy regarding the works, some of them are much longer than others, and some of them have had a much greater circulation and therefore greater impact than others. So I said we compare comparable things, but only up to a certain point. Of course, in our database, we have very different kind of works. And the fewer works there are in the database, the greater this bias is. Obviously significant for the moment when the database is only a prototype of about 100 descriptions. Second problem, assigning the keywords. It is entirely up to us to decide, so it implies rigorous internal consistency in the way the database is constituted. In addition, we have to assign keywords to works that we know little about. Sometimes they are not studied, and it can therefore be difficult to determine the topics addressed by a work. We may neglect to assign a keyword because we would not have identified the corresponding topic. An example. The question of authoritative texts is a very important topic in the discussions in the context of the Council of Union. Which patristic or conciliar writings, or more generally, which theological works are recognized as authoritative in the debates? We have created a keyword textual authorities to characterize this topic. Now, several works not related to these councils, so long before the 13th century, have been tagged with this keyword. It is a topic that is usually not listed as a point of conflict between East and West until the late Middle Ages. Yet we find that it is in fact present, probably much more widely than might be expected. But we still need to be able to locate in the work and therefore to get to know slightly about each work. In the same vein, therefore, we may be led in the future to add some keywords to our list, and so some keywords we would have not thought of until now. And this will require us to work retrospectively on the works which might be concerned by the same keyword. Chronological evolutions. Having a tool that would allow us to trace chronological developments in the conflict between Rome and Constantinople would be of great help. It could allow us to view in a different light the history of polemics, and perhaps even, at least in part, the history of the relationship between Byzantines, Slavs, and Latins. Even if this is not our point, but it can contribute. A database can allow us, in theory at least, to determine for a given chronological period the frequency of each criterion. It can allow us to measure the total polemical production according to periods. It already seems to us that the number of works increases very significantly over time. So much, we find more works, in fact, with time going on. I will come back to on this idea. The database can also, for example, make it possible to study which topics are increasingly present over time and which disappear. Although the current database has obvious limitations, we can already see, for example, that the vast majority of works dealing with the question of zymes date from the 11th to the 12th century. We already knew that thanks to the bibliography, but the database will make it possible to have a synoptic view of the phenomenon and also to see the exceptions. The literary forms favored by polemical authors can be analyzed chronologically in the same way. For example, is the form of questions and answers more frequent in a particular period? We would expect that it is. Let us see again how our results could be distorted due to the imperfections of the database. Dating problems. We do check the dating of all the works we described, and we provide each one with a precise date if it is attested and with a century. However, we depend most of the time on the existing bibliography to establish these dates, some of which could eventually prove to be wrong. On the other hand, some texts are not dated and are very difficult to date. This is often the case for works that don't include any contextualization element and no author. In cases of uncertainty, we do not assign a date, but leave a question mark in the century field. This margin of uncertainty creates an information deficit in our database, which will prevent us from obtaining a very accurate picture of this chronological development. So any conclusion is a bit fragile. Problems related to the conservation of the texts. This is not, of course, a problem specific to our database, but one that every historian is confronted with. We observe that the polemical production is much more numerous from the 13th century onwards. The number of works that we list is much greater, as I was saying previously. But is this a reflection of an intensification of the production of polemical works, or is it an effect linked to the better preservation of 13th to 14th century manuscripts? Have we lost a whole section of the polemical production prior to the 12th century? This question will have to be investigated by means of an indirect survey in order to try to evaluate the part that is missing, in particular by noting the mentions of works that are now lost. These two types of interrogations, so proportion of texts and chronological evolutions, provide only quantitative results, since we can only search the database and check for a chosen sample how many answers it provides. On the two further points, I would like to show how our database allows both quantitative and qualitative surveys. So literary forms, and I will come back a little bit about what Alessandra has already said. This aspect does not directly concern the content of the polemical discourse, given, of course, that the already mentioned criteria for the selection of works have been respected, but the form. Let us specify from the outset that we did not want to use the notion of literary genre, which seemed to us somewhat too rigid and possibly outdated. But we speak of literary form. On this point, we have followed a twofold approach. As for the keywords, we have established a predefined list corresponding to the traditional classifications regarding the types of works within Byzantine religious literature, for example, theological treatises, dialogues, epistolography, once again about 20 categories. So here again we assign a form or several forms, can be also several forms to each work. So this implies, once again, a good internal consistency on our part. But we thought it would also be relevant to use the titles of the works, which we, of course, include in our descriptions, so the titulus, and so that we can use the list of the Greek vocabulary used to qualify the literary form of each work in the titles. So the picture Alessandra showed with all these Greek terms. We have so undertaken to compile an open-ended list. It will grow up, of course, of all these terms as they appear in the titles, and once again, possibly several terms. As an example, here, I will give you a slight idea of what the crossing between the two criteria, so literary form attributed by us and Greek terminology of the literary form, allows to find. So we have until now 16 works that we have classified under dialogue, and we have only 3 works bearing the dialogos in their title. This result is only quantitative, and it leads us to state a possible inconsistency. But more importantly, the database allows us to identify the 13 works that do not bear the term dialogos in their title, so as to examine the other terms used and analyze them. I didn't do it for dialogos, but I did it for epistolography. So we have 25 works under epistolography, 7 with the term epistoli in the title, and different terms, so gramma, antigramma, antigraphy, logos, apologia, dialexis. And the amount is of 16 Greek terms, and we have to keep in mind that for epistolography, very often in the title there is only pros to the address. Yet another example. Our categories history and history of the schism do not coincide with the only work so far where Historia appears in the title. And Historia is in the title of Nil Doxopatres de Economia Dei, which was classified by us under Florilegium. So crossing the two criteria offers prospects of varied surprises and of reflection for scholars. Problems are obviously not absent and may again distort the results. So I list them. Some works have no title or no significant title, so we again are faced with information deficit in our database as in our other respects. Are the title significant given that they are sometimes added later by a copyist and are not part of the work? Are they authentic, in fact? Are they significant, which is another problem? When they are authentic, do they properly describe the literary form of the work? I mean, we can disagree with the Byzantine author. A dialogue is a dialogue, but he didn't see it that way. Is our own list of literary forms relevant? I've already spoken a lot about our own choices. However, with these two tools, I think they can help to start clearing the way. And in fact, when preparing this presentation, I was thinking perhaps we could have done the same for the topics, so using the titles in order to take the words which are in the titles to define the topic. But I think it is more relevant for the form, because in the title very often there is nearly nothing about the content. So for the content, we really have we should in fact study the vocabulary, but inside the work, which is still another task. Now, to finish, I will go to links between works. So here we also have two criteria. One of our keywords refers to the types of relationships between works. We were indeed aware, when we started building our database, that polemical texts often give rise to responses, refutations, but also borrowings, rewritings, and sometimes, of course, translations into other languages. Many texts are therefore linked to each other, in what we might call a I knew I would not be able to say that, genealogic way. We wanted to take this dimension into account in our database so that here again we can use two criteria: a keyword that describes the relationship and allows us to find works that have a particular relationship with another work, and a link in the description of works associated with another work, which allows us to link the original text and the derived text in a reciprocal manner. Obviously, as the Latin and Slavonic databases don't exist, the link to the translations remain so far virtual, but hopefully not for long. For example, but Alessandra already showed an example. Here are the links I have established between the decree of union of the Council of Florence by Pope Eugene IV. So this is in the text is in its Greek version. When we will have the Latin database, we will have also one line for the text in Latin version, a parallel version. And here we have some of its refutations. And so, of course, we have the reciprocal information in each of these two works. The hyperlink enables the searcher to switch from one text to the other one while seeing what type of relationship there is between them. Until now, I have to say there is a problem in the display, so we will try to fix it. The problems that arise on that topic are the followings. We can make, of course, the same kind of reservations as before about our own way of qualifying the relations between texts. Our categories need to be thought through almost on case-by-case basis, and we had discussions about that. And I remember especially the long discussion we had about epitome and rewriting. We have the two categories, but they are very close, and sometimes they overlap each other. So when I say we discuss about our categories, we really did it. The major challenge is to identify the existence of a link between two works. Here again, our information is partly based on the existing bibliography, but it needs to be largely completed. In particular, again, the phenomenon of rewritings is very widespread in the polemical literature and is probably underestimated at the moment, as it requires a thorough knowledge of the works concerned. Our database cannot itself be an analytical tool on these questions. It can only synthesize the results. And for this task, we heavily depend on the completion of the Latin and Slavic databases, the translation links, as I said, but also the refutation and counter-refutations do cross linguistic barriers, and the global image that we aim to have of polemics between Christian East and West requires a cooperation between the three linguistic databases. I will skip the conclusion because it's already very late. So as you can see, we have barely begun and the work remains to be done. So thank you for commentaries, suggestions.
So thank you, Marie-Hélène, for your deep digging. I mean, we have so dense collection of question marks, things to think about. I mean, Alessandra was very thorough in the practical side of what you have done, but now we see a whole world of question marks around, and going from this thing, what it means Byzantine or Byzantinus in the title of the project, and how it relates with the real scope of the corpus. It's going to develop into something about not only the Greek, not only the Latin, but also the Slavic tradition, and this Greek thing there it causes a problem for me as, let's say, a specialist in the field of Slavic polemics. But it's not so important, of course, now. In order to facilitate the discussion, I'd propose first Alessandra to take my place, and please address to her all your questions, and then Marie-Hélène will take the seat. Okay, Alessandra, please.
Both of you can see.
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah, you can sit together, whatever.
And then see.
Yeah.
If there is a question.
How do we see?
I think now we don't see what's going on online.
Yes, perhaps we can see everyone.
To raise hand, please.
Okay.
Okay, so please, I don't see your names, so
Okay.
before we raise hands, please switch on your
Okay,
microphone.
I think the first
Yeah,
is
no,
Luigi.
it's okay.
Ciao, Luigi. You
Yeah,
should
unmute
switch
your-
out. Yeah. No, hold on,
Show
because
him.
because we cannot hear you. Hold on.
But we still hear, but we still don't hear him. Luigi, we don't hear you. And may we start with another sorry, just to check if we have everything okay with connection. Sorry.
Name of the second one. Try to say something. No. Niente. Can we try with the second person? I don't know your name. I'm really sorry. With the blue shirt. Yes, you. Can you just try to say something? Switch on your microphone and say hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's a problem with Luigi then.
Well, that's great. Thank you both for sharing with us your project. To me, is very interesting, and I'm looking forward to see the results. Of course, I know that there is a lot of work to put into this type of project, but I think it's worth doing it. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there actually, but I hope that through by the means of Microsoft Teams you can hear me, and I can address few thoughts. Actually, I don't know if there are actually questions, but maybe they can generate some discussion. So the first one would be Alessandra, you said something about checking the catalogs in order to find the texts, and whenever possible, actually even to go and see the manuscripts in order to see what's there, if there is something relevant for your project and for your database. But I can share something with you from my experience, because I'm working on anti-Islamic texts. So sometimes you can find what we can consider polemical texts in texts that at the first sight have nothing to do with polemics. It happened to me all the time in many collections, especially even in Mount Athos. You can find passages of polemical content, even in works that you at the first sight you won't think that is polemics there. So probably my question would be something like, do you have a way somehow to mitigate this, or is just you will see as it goes. Maybe I mean, it's not easy to find them. Sometimes you find them by accident. So that would be my first question, let's say. And the second one would be about the chronological boundaries of your database. As somebody who's working mostly on, I don't like the term, but I will use it, the post-Byzantine period, I'm interested in what's happening afterwards, because this period has been understood generally, you know, as the text of this period have been understood by scholars mainly as being the derivative from their Byzantine models, or is there nothing new in you know, in Greek theology after 1453, or is repetitive, or something like that. But there are, in fact, a lot of authors who still write polemics, and not, of course, anti-Islamic is a small part of it, and quite brief. But regarding the Catholics, there is a lot to do. And I know that you and Marie-Hélène explained very well this, but I was just wondering to what extent you might think about extending your project towards maybe end of 18th century. I hope you could hear me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, both of you.
Yeah. I'll say a couple of things, and then I'll leave the floor to Marie-Hélène, because we probably have both things to say. As for the first thing, I mean, I think Marie-Hélène explained our position quite clearly. I mean, you are right. There are passages in some texts that can be listed under polemical writing. But our point is to find texts that are openly perceived by the author as a text dealing with the matter of the disagreement or loved agreement between the churches. And I think the example that Marie-Hélène gave us before about historical texts is quite telling. I mean, there are historical texts that deal with a period which is a period of clash. She put it kynamos. But there is nothing in the intention of kynamos related to the discussion between the churches as such. While Pachymeris, she was quoting before, is the opposite. I mean, it deals a lot with the question and it takes position. So, well, we haven't decided yet actually about Pachymeris, but I would be inclined to include him. So, as a, probably the English say a thumb rule, I mean, the general rule, I would say that if there is one sentence against the Latins in a text that is devoted to something else, well, we would probably not include that in RAP, because if the entire text is devoted to something else, so I'm just inventing, to flowers, okay, and then at a certain point I say, not like the bloody Latins who hate the flowers, okay, I mean, it's not exactly a text on the division between the churches, it's just something else. So, well, no, I mean, there must be a certain weight inside the text to be described as an openly anti-Latin. But that's my opinion, and then I'll give the floor to Marie-Hélène. The second question was?
The boundaries.
Boundaries. Boundaries.
Chronological boundaries.
I totally agree about the fact that there is something extremely interesting that happens after the fall of Byzantium. And then I think also that period is a period that influences a lot our perception of what happened in the Byzantine time. So I think that period is the period where actually the whole idea about the division of the churches was thought again, and we depend a lot from that period. Also, the perception of the role of some authors throughout the Byzantine history. I mean, some theologians, if you use Allaci, for example, I mean, Allaci was such an important thinker, and it really influenced our perception. So it would be extremely interesting. Let's say that at the moment we are dealing and using and enriching a database which is devoted to manuscript. The more we move forward, the more we moved into printed texts. They were born as printed texts, not as manuscripts. And therefore, we cannot add them into Pinakes. I would be extremely happy to find a way to add these things in our database. Absolutely, I think I was, because you don't see Marie-Hélène, she was nodding. But we need to find a way to do it without probably using Pinakes. That's my first reaction, but I'll try to move it. Perhaps you should. But you can.
No, yeah. Here and
here we go. Yeah.
Thank you, Octavian. Hello, I didn't recognize you in the beginning. Happy to see you. So the first question, do we have to have a big content which would be polemical in the text in order to consider it legitimate to come into Iraq? This is really a problem. I think it is not a question of length, because I think length cannot be a criterion. I propose two criteria, so stance and ecclesiological content. So for Kinamos, there is no hesitation. For Pachymeris, there is, I think, a hesitation because of the stance, because he was, well, let us explain it perhaps in two steps. He was implied in the Union of Lions. So he had to sign all the texts, the unionist texts, as member of the synod and so on. And then he was implied in the rejection of the Union of Lions. So he took two different stances. So his real opinion, if I can say that, his intimate opinion about the Union, in fact, I don't know very well. And second step of the reasoning, Pachymer writes under Andronicus II reign, and so he has to be laudative to Andronicus II, and he is very critical against Michael VIII. So his polemical stance, I think, is more from a political point of view. He's polemical against Michael, but perhaps even not because he hated Michael VIII, but because he had to have this position because he was writing under Andronicus II. And I'm not sure that, well, Pachymer is a very important author for us for information about the polemics, but this distinction, I didn't work and say anything about this distinction, but we had also this conversation with Alessandra. History and literature. So Pachymer is very important as a historical source about the history of the polemics, the history of the Union of Lions. But is his work really relevant as being part of the polemical texts. And so we are on very thin distinctions, but I think we really have to clarify them. Well, until now we have put only works we were sure about, but each time we speak, we talk together in order to take a position. I took the example of Pachymère, which is exactly the contrary of your question, Octavian. So union and polemics are pervasive in Pachymère. On the other hand, we could have a text where there is just a few lines about the question, the ecclesiological questions, but if it is openly a position about the fact that there should be one church or two churches and consideration about that, I think it is relevant. I think it is relevant. I will take just a last example, the errors of the Latins. The errors of the Latins in themselves, when they speak about the fact that the Latins eat bears and have some habits or are very pretentious or things like that, this is not relevant. This is not ecclesiological. But in every list of errors of the Latins, there is also a mention of the filioque or a mention of an ecclesiological
The
part.
fasting.
Yes.
It is about what they eat, and then again we have question marks.
Yeah, but for me, to my opinion, it is sufficient that there is a clear reference to an ecclesiological problem in order to say, yes, okay, let us take it in that. But if there is not, or if there is something like in Pachymère, hesitation, who am I supporting? Or perhaps we will think of different categories. We have to think of all that. But
yeah, well, but actually we decide case by case at the end. I mean, we discuss it, and that's why, I mean, this kind of project must be done by a group of people, and the more we have a group of people, the more the discussion will be fruitful. We stop and just discuss, but yeah, that's how we approach the problem. I mean, it's very difficult to give a strict general rule on what should eat and what should not. Also, because in some cases, I was thinking about the case of Pachymère now, and I was thinking, okay, let's say that we don't include him. Well, I can't really expect to see him because it's the history of what happened. So, I mean, I think there is matter for discussion. So, it is also about what. I mean, we don't want to reinforce, of course, bad interpretation or superficial interpretation of the analysis of the relationship between the churches. Of course, we don't. But I think at the same time, we need to take into account that there is a, it's like saying, you know, okay, we don't use at all the 1054. I mean, I think we should use it 1054, emphasizing that was not the final schism, you know what I mean? Because otherwise it becomes impossible for someone who is not dealing with the question in detail to understand me. I mean, because it is something that is relevant to us nowadays. So, I mean, I think we should try to find a compromise. That is difficult, that is challenging. That's why we decided to work on this.
Perhaps just a very brief answer to Octavian for the boundaries, the chronological boundaries. To my opinion, there is no scientific criterion to stop. So even in the end of the 18th century, I think you will find nothing saying it stops in the end of the 18th century. It goes on. until now. So, so I think, yes, this tool could be conceived as a tool including the text, the works, until today. But we have to find technical solutions for that, and we have to find people able to do it. So we decided to begin. We have a tool which is just in the beginning, but it exists.
Yeah.
And now we can do what we want with that, with the community of the searchers. Perhaps we give.
Thank you very much for your answers. Just very quickly, also polemic. There is a lot of printing after, of course, 1453 regarding polemics, but at the same time, most of the polemical literature that we have, also especially for the 17th century, regarding the Catholics, is also in manuscript. So there are printed editions or prints, but largely there is also this manuscript culture that we have to look after. So. Thank you both.
What is in a class then will be, taken into consideration. I mean, if the manuscript is,
Yeah, well, most of them are. For instance, I can give you a very brief example. Georgios Koresios was living in the 17th century and wrote against the Catholics. Is in Pinakes. I mean, his manuscripts are there. So.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, for now, our very basic rule is manuscript in Pinakes are taken into account. Printed books that, I mean, of course, in some cases we have also the manuscript and the printed, like in some cases we have the manuscript of Allacci, for example. So, I mean, that's also another discussion. But in any case, the more we leave Pinakes, the less. For now, we have a solution, so we will think about on how to. But in any case, I mean, as for now, we need to finish that part first, because that's also the part of our expertise. Because then we need someone who is an expert in 16th, 17th, 18th century. I mean, and it becomes another issue. So.
I think we have to give word to Luigi if we can hear him now.
Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me now? No?
Yes.
Okay. So, good morning. Of course, mine is not a question, as I have already discussed a lot with my colleagues, whom I thank for this exhaustive and analytical presentation of our work, by respectively providing both the practical aspects and theoretical methodological reflections and the ratio lying behind the project. I would only like to add a further instruction that could be useful for the users of the database. Alessandra Bucossi mentioned the fact that a text edited with a certain title, incipit or desinit, which are used to identify that work, could present slightly different title, incipit, and desinit in a certain manuscript. For example, in the case of a mutilated witness. In this case, we have also registered this information on Pinakes in the field remark for each manuscript. Indexed the textual variations of the text respect to title, incipit, and desinit. Additionally, I would like to highlight once again the necessarily provisional character of the data present on the database, as much research is being carried out. For example, as for the authorship of works, some works or parts of works are currently being reattributed, and this will also affect the textual and historical relationship among the works. See, for example, the problematic relationship between the work by Nicholas of Methone and Niketas Stetatos. So it was just, a further detail on the database. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I am to announce that our session is time to finish. Thank you for everybody joining this first session. We will proceed with the next presentations at 11:40 Central European Time. Let's have some rest. Actually, it was a very long session. Thank you again. We'll proceed within 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Ciao. Yes, I need to find the problem. I need to find the problem.
That's on the line.
Okay.
I guess you'll chair the next session.
Yes, no, I'm just saying we should have asked all the questions, but very shortly. You cannot leave
Yes,
people
in
not
fact.
ask questions.
No,
So,
and perhaps
I'm so sorry.
we
No,
answered quite
Yes.
long.
no,
to the,
it was all right
There's
because
one more
we
question.
have time.
yeah, I know.
But we should always ask the questions, you know, at least briefly. But people must be, you know, soliciting to ask questions. It's not polite to leave them without asking questions. Of course, me personally, and guess, yeah, we have many questions, but I wanted to
we'll have
leave.
some time to discuss.
We will have. I
five
really
of
have
us.
big. I 5 to 10 questions. So,
I
but I know
generally
that
wanted
we
to
will.
praise you, so
Yes, but
it was more interesting if someone
No,
has
it
some
was
critics.
super
as
Yeah,
well.
and follow this. Janek's choice was to have a relaxed way of
Yes. So
proceeding.
Jan is
and,
the boss anyway. We listen to him. But
Yeah,
It was important to hear everything from you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
yes.
I spoke long. I thought it
It was
would
so
be.
important.
I think it's
Thank you so
important.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have many
Yes.
questions, I'm sure.
Yes.
We will have
But we will have
working
Yeah,
lunch,
plenty
I
of
believe.
time.
Working
Yeah, it
lunch.
should be
Let's
our.
have some coffee, or
Yes.
else, since we have a shortage of time.
It's all right. We're fine.
Yeah, don't worry. It's just So it was worth to have really a lot of time.
Yes.
Because there is a lot of things to say.
Thank you. I have it there. It's a great coffee. You will be disappointed because we have such. We will speak of much shorter than you. We will speak for 20 minutes, right? But you will be disappointed.
No, you will not be disappointed because I know very little about Bogomil, and I know it's a very important topic also. So
It was wonderful, as I was saying to Professor Marie-Hélène. It was wonderful. And of course, I have many questions.
Oh,
But
great.
I will.
We will have
We will
time
be
to
together. I
discuss.
have everything noted down, so I'm sure Jan has questions. Yes.
Great.
Crazy.
Of course, Marie-Hélène was very thought-provoking. As usual.
What about the cigarette outside?
Yeah.
and Alessandra will complete each other. You know.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
Everything.
exactly.
Yes.
No, awesome. And thank you really because you are giving us time.
Yeah,
to-
we wouldn't have done it. I mean,
Yeah.
we have to have an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
You sit down for a sec, you say,
Yeah.
okay, we are here, we are going there.
Everything was so well thought out. Your methodological way.
Maybe we are really interested in this project.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's visible.
Yeah.
Not just sometimes there are projects you get granted to do for free years, and this is not the case.
No.
This
No,
is
it's
something
the
that-
contrary. We don't have grants, but we work on it anyway.
When Alessandra told me, she asked me, did you want to collaborate in this project? It's for the rest of your life, you know?
Yeah.
So,
A long run.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I mean, that would be with us.
And the face.
This was the condition.
The fat face with unpublished manuscript. I think we're doing great work, and the best is waiting for you. It's something.
Yeah.
Let's go since
Yes, yes, yes.
the time is.
You are not smoking.
I'm not smoking, but I can go out anyway.
Aspetta, aspetta che devo prendere la giacca. I'm not so adventurous to go outside without the jacket. I'm not so adventurous to go outside without the jacket as you are.
You should start smoking.
No, I stopped smoking 10 months ago.
Ah, okay, that's why you
So-
didn't want to come outside, because
yeah,
that was
maybe.
dangerous.
I was afraid I will lose you because first you get up and then you went down, so I didn't know where you are. That's basically so. But all right.
So we may start.
All right. I think we may start now. So it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are still here with us. Yes. I would like to thank first to the organizers, to Valdemar Center Ceraneum and to University of Łódź, to Jan Wolski. We are all very happy and proud to be here. So after our first session, which was very successful and interesting, I'm here to announce the second session, but please let me say that all the questions for the first session, please be free to write to us and send us your questions, and we will then forward them to our distinguished speakers, because we don't want to get deprived of your precious insights and questions. So please do write to us. And now I'm honored and proud to announce Octavian-Adrian Negoiță from the University of Copenhagen. Octavian is currently on postdoctoral studies at Faculty of Theology, and his research deals with Byzantine and early modern Greek intellectual history, religious polemical literature, and Christian-Muslim relations. He had his PhD at 2020 at the Faculty of Orthodox Theology in Bucharest on the anti-Islamic discourse. And what is interesting is that Octavian-Adrian has 2 Bachelor of Arts and 2 Master of Arts theses, very interesting, in the theology, classical philology, history, and comparative history. His postdoc is on the book project, The Holy Book of the Ismailites in the World of Greek Christianity from 12th to the 18th century. And now Octavian will present to us his paper on considerations on the Byzantine anti-Islamic polemical literature in the early modern period. Please, Octavian, Adrian, the floor is yours, so you can share maybe your PowerPoint with us if you have it.
Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. Until I will I will share my screen. Can you see it now?
We will see it right away, I'm sure.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I
perfect.
can see it already.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Perfect.
Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So again, thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I would like also to thank the organizers and especially to Jan for inviting me. I am sorry that I cannot be there with you. I would have loved to visit and to be there and present my work, but because of some other duties and especially my paternal duties, I cannot be out of Bucharest yet. But I do hope today that I will manage to give you a bit of an insight into the work I'm doing for the for my postdoc at the University of Copenhagen, and I will for sure wait for your criticism and suggestions at the end. For today, I decided to speak a bit about the Byzantine anti-Islamic polemical literature in the early modern period. So the research I'm doing is a part of the larger ERC synergy project, the European Quran, Islamic scripture in European culture and religion, which has received funding, of course, from the European Union, which is actually an ambitious research project which studies the way in which the Quran is embedded in the intellectual, religious, and cultural history of medieval and early modern Europe. And there are 4 teams of the project. One is based in Spain, in Madrid, at the Spanish National Research Council. The second one is in Naples, L'Orientale. The third one is in Copenhagen, where I am doing my research. And the last one is in Nantes, in France. So what I'm doing is I'm looking after the way the Quran was actually interpreted or refuted in the Orthodox Greek context, and even if online the title of my project says from the 12th up to the 18th century, which seems a lot, and it is a lot. Recently my focus changed, and I'm going to look after the early modern period, but which does not exclude, as we have seen earlier today, which does not exclude the Byzantine literature, which was there. I mean, manuscripts of Byzantine texts were copied, especially during the 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, and even beyond that. And we have a certain amount of printing activity in which these texts were included. So, as I said, the Byzantine anti-Islamic polemical literature has been, let's say, transmitted to the early modern period, or what is commonly called the post-Byzantine period. As I said even earlier in my question to Professor Bucossi and Professor Blanchet, especially during this period, texts have been sometimes overlooked or either dismissed or purely categorized as derivative, or they have a static argumentation regarding Islam. And I refer here not to the Byzantine texts which were copied during these centuries, but on the so-called original works that have been produced in this period, and especially because these original works have used Byzantine literature in order to articulate their polemical argumentation. But we also experienced an emergence of new genres during this period, in which Byzantine attitudes or ideas about Islam have been incorporated, and which makes us think about a very dynamic life of texts through time and space, from the medieval period up to the early modern period. Regarding the Greek Orthodox interest in Islam, of course, because of the context of the early modern period, when the Greeks were under the Ottomans, we don't have that many pieces of polemical literature as we have, for instance, against Protestants or against Catholics. But these shortcomings of historiography have begun to change recently, and there is a lot of work done now. And you have here 3 titles, important titles, regarding how historians have started to reconceptualize the entire framework of how we speak about texts and the relation with the context in which they have been produced, and the relations between knowledge and texts and the cultural transfer. I would like to actually begin my my talk with a codex, which is very interesting to me. I will publish something on it quite soon, I hope. It's a codex newly acquired by Princeton. It's Princeton Graecus 112, which is entitled, as you can see, Sarachenica, against Muhammad, ruler and the teacher of the Ishmaelites and Saracens, the pseudo-prophet and interpreter of their heresy, against the laws established by Muhammad on the religion of the Turks, extracted from his book called Quran, and the refutation. Well, this codex has been composed between 1770s and 1780s, and it's a massive codex, and it contains 440 folios. And the compiler, because it's a compilation of anti-Islamic texts, it was Nicolaus Karadzias, who is a very famous Phanariote intellectual and bibliophile, and one of his main preoccupations was to compile this type of codexes. And this codex in particular, it's a compilation, and it contains 29 main texts: early modern Greek chronicles, Ricordo da Monte di Croce, Greek translation in his Greek translation by Kidones, works by John Cantacuzénos, Gerasimos Vlachos, who is an early modern Greek author who lived in Venice, dialogues, and even apocalyptic literature. What Karadzias does is he doesn't do any distinction between the Byzantine works and the early modern texts. For him, the chronology is not important. He makes a distinction, though, between refutations and dialogues regarding Islam. I consider it to be the only encyclopedia that we have with the commas, of course, devoted to Islam in the Greek Orthodox world. But what was important for Karadzias regarding his method of compilation is that he compiled according to a specific method, which became his trademark. He excerpted texts, he created list of texts, rulers, he has marginalia, he has explanatory excerpts, whatever the case, but he arranged his works according to other principles, and especially one of them is the authority or the circulation that the work had in the Greek Orthodox world, which is why, for instance, in this particular codex, the works by John Cantacuzénos represent actually the work around which all the other excerpts he compiles gravitate. So that's why I think it's an important source for knowledge production and circulation within the Southeast Europe of polemical literature, and for the canonization of polemical literature in the Orthodox world at large. It can be the polemical work, the polemical position can be observed even from the title, and the relation also between Prophet Muhammad, Islamic tenets, and the Quran can be seen also from the title. And here, what I'm showing you is that he at the beginning of the codex he provides us with a list of what he considers to be anti-Islamic literature, and he starts, of course, with John of Damascus, as you can see, and on the first column he provides the years for the dating for the works. So he continues up to his time with this list, stopping here, as you can see, sometime around 1700s, but he resumes later down with some works which he forgot to add in their proper place in his compilation. And here we can see the table of contents he provides for the entire codex, which starts from with the refutations and which contain also the biography of Prophet Muhammad, and ends, as you can see on the second image, with the dialogues with the Saracens, which he groups at the end of the codex. I offer here just an example. On the right, there is an excerpt he compiles from what's actually Pseudos Francis, and on the left he provides a small excerpt from the Ecclesiastical History of Meletios of Athens, in which he offers information about the author he compiled or the work he compiled, which is actually his trademark. So if you see this in a manuscript, most probably it's a Karadzias. But as I said, the apologies are the core of this codex. So here are some information you already know: the composition and date for the works of John Cantacuzenios before June 1373, regarded by some historians as a single composition. There are a lot of manuscripts. We have the apologies against against Islam and the four orations against Prophet Muhammad. And one thing that we are doing in the European Quran project is that we also are trying to make up a database. As you can see here, this is the front page of the database. It's not yet online, but hopefully by the end of the project, we'll manage to put it there. And I'm in charge of inserting everything regarding Greek polemics, meaning both Byzantine and whatever texts were produced after 1453. And for instance, here there is something which is not complete. That's why you only see like manuscript and this kind of abstract labeling. But here is actually the network of John Cantacuzenios's work, and as you can see, we have different types of relations that can be established between the text, the person who is authored the text, or the copies, or the people who actually quote that particular work. For instance, here in the upper part, there is the text, which is central text, understood as an abstract thing. So the text of the apologies and the orations against Muhammad by John Cantacuzenios, which is linked actually to the person, which is the one on the up right of the screen. And in the bottom of the screen is actually somebody who uses John Cantacuzenios, about whom I'm going to speak in my presentation. And he himself, this person who is actually Pachomius Ursanos, who was a monk in Mount Athos in the 16th century, who writes a polemical treatise against Islam, who uses extensively John Cantacuzenios. And I hope that the database that we are creating to shed more light regarding how interconnected actually was the entire issue of polemical literature against Islam. What is interesting about the early modern period regarding John Cantacuzenios' work is that they were, let's say, translated or transposed into Demotical Greek by Meletios Sirigos, whom you can see here, was very active. Was a very famous theologian and very active in terms of the confessional debates of his time. So what he did, he actually took John Cantacuzenios' works and he made it available to larger audiences, Greekophone audiences, by transposing them into Demotical Greek. But during this early modern period, what is interesting about this large Byzantine corpus of anti-Islamic literature is that the works produced, original works produced after 1453, were usually bound with Byzantine texts. And for instance, this one is it's a codex from Patmos, from the monastery of San John, which contains the works by Cantacuzenios, which are followed actually by the dialogue between the Grand Dragoman Panayotis Nicousios, who was very famous in the period, with the learned preacher Vani Effendi. And this dialogue was produced sometimes before 1662 and 1680. What is interesting is that, as I said, we don't have printed, because of the context, we don't have printed editions of anti-Islamic polemical texts. But there were codices, especially in the monastic milieu, which acted, which were created to be anti-Islamic codexes. For instance, this one contains as well only anti-Islamic polemical literature. But the works of John Cantacuzenios were also used as source by other intellectuals of the period in order to create their polemical argumentation. And an example of that is Georgios Kondis, who produced this, I would say, quite brief text, which is entitled Biblion Kata Sarakinon, which is today preserved in the Patriarchal Library in Moscow. Is not yet edited yet. I hope I will do it soon, but I'm still working on something else now. But it's quite an important text, especially because Georgios Kondis was a member of the entourage of Patriarch Kyrillos Loukaris, was very notorious in the period, and Georgios Kondis as well was involved in the translation of the New Testament also into vernacular Greek. In his catalog of the collection, the Greek collections in Odessa, Fonkic, who was a very renowned Russian Byzantinist, also showed that there are even many more copies of John Cantacuzeno's polemical works that are surviving, and they are still being discovered. For instance, this manuscript from University Library of Iași in Romania, which is actually a translation of John Cantacuzeno's works into Romanian, but with Slavonic script, actually belonged to Șerban Cantacuzino, who was a very famous Wallachian ruler. And there was a discussion especially in Romanian historiography, that people didn't know exactly who wrote the text, and they assumed that it was Milescu Spătaru who wrote the text, but it was proven, of course, recently that the text should be ascribed to John Cantacuzenos, and there is a discussion about who might be the translator of the text. But now I will turn to Pachomius Drusanos, whom I mentioned earlier, who was a monk in Mount Athos. He was very preoccupied with the phenomenon of conversion of Christians to Islam, and he wrote a polemical treatise, which is entitled About the Faith of the Orthodox and of the Saracens, which was composed around 1550s at Iviron Monastery in Mount Athos, survives in 4 manuscripts, 2 autographs, and 2 copies. He offers a comparative perspective in engaging with Islam. For instance, you have he puts Muhammad in parallel with Christ, the Bible against Quran, and of course arguing for the superiority of the Christian faith. And he uses extensively Ricoldo in his Greek translation by Kydonis and John Cantacuzenos. Ricoldo is used especially when he quotes the Quran or he makes references to the Quran because he didn't know any Arabic. But Ricoldo was the source for him to engage actually with the text of the Quran. John Cantacuzenos' works were also used by Anastasios Gordios, who was a very also famous monk in the early modern period, who wrote actually an apocalyptical treatise, which is entitled About Muhammad and Against the Latins. This genre of apocalyptical literature or interpretations to the book of the Apocalypse by John the Theologian flourished actually, especially during the 17th century with the Greek world. So we assist here to the developing of the genres in which Greek intellectuals interacted actually with Muslims and Islam. Another example is, for instance, this also unedited treatise, which is entitled a Manual Containing the Discourses which refute with clarity the falsity of the law of Muhammad, 1789, most probably Malta, as it was discussed by historians, which is actually now preserved in 1 manuscript, which is in Zagora in manuscript 88 in Municipal Library. The author, it's actually a monk, Zacharias, teacher of the Zagora School of Grammatic, which actually translated this text from a Jesuit Latin text that might have circulated in the Italian area. John Cantacuzenos was a source, but what is interesting is that Zacharias not only translated the text according to the model he had in front of his eyes, but also he also offered some of his own opinions regarding Islam and inserted in specific chapters his own ideas about that. The works by John Cantacuzénos was also of interest for Western European intellectuals, especially in the Protestant world, who people like Theodor Bibliander, who included John Cantacuzénos' works in his magnus opus Mahometis Sarakianorum Principis. As well, Rudolf Walter, who was a Zurich Reformed pastor and Protestant reformer who edited and translated John Cantacuzénos' works into Latin, admitted them most probably for the biblical reasoning Cantacuzénos employed, which was very much in the spirit of the Reformation. And I offered here the editions in which the Latin version of John Cantacuzénos' works were included. What specific Byzantine works such as Cantacuzénos' texts have circulated not only within the Greekophone communities under the Ottoman rule, but in the larger Orthodox and European milieux. And during the early modern period, there has been a process of canonization of Greek polemical literature. Or at least this is my opinion now, which entail translating, editing, copying, and commenting on medieval texts or Byzantine texts for which new meanings and functions were assigned. Besides the already known medieval works of polemics, during the early modern times, a small number of new texts appeared and circulated, which used as sources the previous medieval texts in their argumentative framework or to have access to the Quranic material. As I said, we witnessed the development of new genres, especially the interpretations of the Apocalypse of John the Theologian, but also the neo-martyrologies, which is a topic very fascinating in itself. And with the advent of the Reformation, the Greek text became of interest for reformers and humanists, who edited and translated them to incorporate or to individually print these works, making them available for a wide Western European audience. But still, for the Orthodox Greek world or the Orthodox world at large, as long as we speak about anti-Islamic polemical literature, we still witness a large manuscript culture, which has to be even more in-depth addressed. But some of the things I've told you about today, I developed after an event I organized in Copenhagen in May this year, which was entitled The Holy Book of the Ishmaelites in the World of Eastern Christianity. And there's going to be a volume published, hopefully in 2023, entitled Eastern Christians, Islam and the Quran, 8th century to 18th century text contexts and knowledge regimes, which I'm going to edit. And in this volume, I've tried to incorporate as many Eastern Christian religious traditions as possible, and to understand the engagement with Islam and the Quran, which I think is something that historians of Eastern Christianity have to do, because it is my impression that the world was even in terms of transmission of knowledge or ideas was even more connected that we were led to believe so far. And I do hope that this will become some sort of platform of dialogue between historians, and that further more research can be done in this regard. And here I will thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward for your questions and remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Octavian. This was a beautiful presentation, and I suggest we move on with our next speaker, and we will leave some time for the questions at the end of our session. So I have the honor to introduce Zofia Brzozowska, assistant professor from University of Łódź, here at the Faculty of Theology, Slavonic Studies, and at Waldemar Ceran Research Center for the History and Culture of the Mediterranean area and Southeastern Europe. Professor Brzozowska has published many books on for example, on Saint Olga, then on Zofia, personified wisdom of God, on Maria Lecapene, and the newest book was Kadia and her Black-Eyed Sisters, the image of Middle Eastern women from the era of the birth of Islam in the medieval literature of the Byzantine Slavic circle. I'm happy to introduce the paper of Professor Brzozowska. It's the image of Persian and Arab women in the medieval Eastern Slavic literature from 11th to mid-16th century. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize that I couldn't be with you here in person. You know, yesterday evening I have felt myself really awful. Today is a little better. So perhaps in our previous word, I would rather correct myself from the floor and attend the conference in person. But we have still some COVID somewhere, so stay safe and far away from me. And now I will share my presentation, which I have prepared for today. Just wait a minute, and then let me know if you can see it, because it will take some time, I think, for the sharing. And just say when you start to see it.
Yes, we see it. We see it very well.
Okay, I will try only to make it more visible. Full screen. Something is processing in my computer. I can see it now. Perhaps you also.
Yes, it's all right. We see.
And when I'm changing the slides, yes. Pictures are changing. Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, the image of Persian and Arab women in the medieval Eastern Slavic literature from the 11th to the mid-16th century is the title of my presentation for today. And as you have said, today I would like to present part of my current research, part of our big project in the Syrian Center. It's one from the group of the project devoted to the polemical writings of Byzantine and Slavia Orthodoxa area, the Orthodox Slavs, I mean. And this project has been entitled Muhammad and the Origin of Islam, Stereotype, Knowledge and Notions in the Byzantine Russian Culture. It's now finished, and the most important thing is that in this project we are interested not so much in historical process, but because we have another project devoted to historical relations between Byzantine and Arab world, but in the mechanism of shaping the stereotypical perception of the other, the stranger in Byzantine Slavic culture over the centuries. So in the field of our research, we have the image of Muhammad, but also the ethnos from which he originated. We have analyzed the sources referring to the Arabs from the pre-Islamic era, from the 12th century to the 6th, then the period when Islam was born, and also the time of the military expansion of the followers in the Mediterranean basin during the Umayyad and early Abbasid dynasties. So the scope of the project was to 10th century, but our research focused not on the sources of Eastern Roman Byzantine provenance, which are relatively well known, but we examined Old Russian, Old Church Slavic texts created or translated from Greek or written, compiled between the 11th and the mid-16th centuries in the area of Orthodox Slavic region, especially in the eastern part of this region. And since the authors of this text were far removed in time and space from the events they described, so from the 6th to 10th centuries, and they relied on earlier sources, above all Greek languages ones. This old Church Slavic or Russian texts seem to be a very good material for research into the emergence of the stereotypical image of the Arabs in cultural transmission. And the main result of our research is the monograph, co-authored by me and two professors from the University of Łódź Seraneum Center, Professor Mirosław Leszka and Professor Teresa Wolińska. And it has been published by the Łódź University Press, and it's worldwide distributed by the Columbia University Press, so you can possibly find it in many places. And on the pages of the monograph, we have decided to present those old Russian texts whose authors referred to the birth of Islam, showed the profile of its founder, the Prophet Muhammad, and the essence of his teachings, or attempted to describe the historical circumstances in which he was active and the Arab environment from which he originated. In the study, we do not distinguish between the so-called translated and original literature, so we focus in both of them. And we have managed to collect in this book circa 40, I think 59 texts originally written in Church Slavonic or translated from Byzantine Greek, which authors were interested in polemical issues with Islam, or just mentioned Arabs from the period we are interested in, or Muhammad in their texts. And the part of this project was also my individual research devoted to Middle Eastern women, above all Arab women, but also Persian women from the same period. And the result of this part was also the monograph, my single-authored monograph, published in Polish, but it includes also a very extensive resume in English, so it is also available. So now to the point of my research, we start with Persian women. Our project was devoted to Arabs, but I have decided to include in this part of my research devoted to women also a part devoted to Persian women science, because several interesting figures appear in Church Slavic literature, and it's in the hagiographical text are portrayed women saints, describing both the persecution of Christians during the reign of Shah Shapur II, it's the 4th century, and then more rarely the situation in the empire in the beginning of the 7th century. These works reveal vivid profiles of women, above all martyrs, often coming from the highest social circles of Persia at that time, such as the two sisters of the bishop of Seleucia, Ctesiphon, one of whom was called Tarbo, in the Eastern text in Greek, and in Slavic we have Fervuta, Saint Mamelta, who prior to her conversion was a priestess in the temple of Artemis, Saint Iya, sometimes identified with Saint Eudokia, Saint Yazdan Duct, and then in Greek and Church Slavic we have the name Sandulia, so the name was very changed, who helped the Christians persecuted by the Sassanid authorities, Saint Kazdoya, portrayed in hagiographic text as the daughter of Shapur, and Saint Golenducha, descending from an old family of Zoroastrian priests. It's noteworthy that these are not the only female characters in the above mentioned texts. In several lives we also find the of the Persian Tsarina, the main wife of the Shah, clearly favoring the followers of Christ and in some texts even converting personally to Christianity. And now to Arab, let's go to Arab women, and we start with the source material relating to Arab women from the pre-Islamic period. It's much more scattered and varied in general than the text devoted to Persian women, which are hagiographic, strictly hagiographic. In the Old Rush historiographical compilation, considerable space is devoted to Mavia, the Tsarina of the Saracens, who ruled over the Arabian tribe of the Tanuchids in the 4th century. In the analyzed text, we read of her ravaging the eastern borderlands of the Roman Empire, usually personally commanding the army on the battlefield in an attempt to force the Arianism-friendly Emperor Valens to ordain an Orthodox priest as bishop for her subjects. Also, interesting references in the Chart Slavic material, which we can find in the numerous references to Himyarite women of the southern Arabian city of Najran. You can also find in Church Slavic material, and it's in above all from hagiographical works devoted to the massacre of the Christian inhabitants of the Najran from the 6th century. So we have the life of Saint Aretas, the life of Saint Syncletica from Najran, and also the life of Elesboas, the king of Ethiopia. So these three lives we have in Chart Slavic material, and the main characters of this text are above all three closely related women: the wealthy and influential widow Rum, Syncletica. This name Rum we can find in Syriac works. In Byzantine, Greek, and Chart Slavic we have the name Syncletica, and her two teenage daughters. These accounts also provide a colorful group portrait of the Himyarite women of Najran, both Christian women, clerical and secular, as well as followers of Judaism and traditional Arab cults. And female inhabitants of Al-Hijaz are mentioned in the Old Church Slavic, in Old Rush material, only in the context of stories about the life of Muhammad and the birth of Islam. By far, the most attention was paid by Church Slavic authors to the Prophet's first wife, Hadija, attributing her with deep involvement in her husband's religious activities and the spread of his teachings among Arab women. Two other wives of Muhammad, Zainab and Aisha, and two of his daughters, Fatima and Kultum, also appear in the texts that were circulated among the Slavs in the 11th-16th century. But the Hadija is the main character, I think, for the Slavic material. And the last female person I have found in Church Slavic material is a wife of a caliph. So now we have moved to the post-Islamic period, and she appears in the hagiographical text describing the martyrdom of the monk Michael of the Wawra of Saint Sabas in Jerusalem, and she is called Tsarina Saida, and she can be identified with the most important wife of the Caliph Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan. To some general remarks, in my study of the 11th, 16th century Old Rush material, one can find images of around 20 Middle Eastern women of Persian and Arab origin, living in the 4th to 8th centuries, as well as a group portrait of Himyarite, Homerite women from Najran from the first half of the 6th century. In the course of my research, I was able to establish that for Slavic, as well Byzantine authors, the ethnicity of these women was by no means the most important factor. The factor that determined the way in which Persian and Arab women were portrayed in literature, significantly influencing the moral evaluation of their behavior, was primarily the religion. So Christian women living in the Sassanid state or on the territory of the Arabian Peninsula, ready to defend their beliefs even at the cost of their lives, deserved, according to Church Slavic hagiographers, no less respect than female martyrs from other areas of the Mediterranean basin or European areas, including Slavic. Although Mavia, the Tsarina of the Saracens, resulted the cruel actions and deceit, she was shown in a positive light because of all her actions were guided by a noble goal to instill Orthodox Christianity in the souls and minds of her subjects. In some aspects, her image, Mavia image, is close to the image of Saint Olga in the hagiographic Slavic material, because they both can be cruel, but they both have very important results to achieve: Christianization of their subjects. My monograph is supplemented by an appendix containing my edition and Polish translations of several Church Slavic texts, chosen to illustrate as fully as possible the issues referred to in the book. So we have the prologue Life of Saint Golenducha and its previously unpublished relict. So we have also edition and French translation of the Syriac version of this relic, but the Slavic, Church Slavic version of the life hasn't been published before. Then I have presented fragments from the Hellenic and Roman Chronicle in the second redaction on Mavia, and the prologue life of Saint Syncretica of Najran, and parts of the story on Bogomil the heretic discussing Khadija. And at the end we have the section from the huge life of Saint Theodora of Edessa, dedicated to the fate of the monk Michael of the Lavra of Saint Sabas. And also the Church Slavic version of this work has not been published before in its entire form. We have only the Greek version. In Old Russian literature, surprisingly much attention was devoted to women from the environment of the Prophet Muhammad. Slavic authors seem to be interested mainly in Muhammad's first wife, Khadija, as I have said before. It is related to an interesting disproportion which is reflected in the way Muhammad's biography is presented in the Byzantine and Church Slavic literatures. These texts take into account most of the facts from the time when he was married to Khadija, the so-called Mecca period, but the Medina period is almost completely omitted, although Muhammad's private life at the time could provide some Christian authors the material for polemic. Perhaps it was caused simply by a shortage of source material, because Church Slavic authors were under the influence of Byzantine authors, and in the Byzantine material we have this proportion also. So the first life of Muhammad and his marriage to Khadija is well shown, for example, in the Chronicle of Theophanes, but the later period is in most cases omitted. Khadija is nearly the main protagonist of the Old Rush stories about the life of Muslim prophets. Narratives about Muhammad, usually with the telling title on Bogomil the heretic, or Bohmitia Hereticia, are enmeshed in the following historiographical compilation: the Troitsky chronograph from the 14th century, the second version of the Hellenic and Roman Chronicle from the 15th century, and this is the relic I have edited, and I prepared translation into English and Polish. The Rogoshki chronograph, the Rush chronograph, and the Resurrection chronicle from the 16th century, and also the so-called Lisovoy Zvod, illuminated chronicle of Tsar Ivan the Terrible. Sometimes these stories and extracted from the original narrative context can also be found in miscellanea manuscripts. In the late Middle Ages, texts on Muhammad begin to function also outside the hagiographic, the historiographic tradition as integral part of an work whose thematic axis is the need to defend the doctrinal purity of Eastern Christianity. It can be found on the page of Minayon Reader, Cetiminei, from the 15th and 16th centuries, books that contain hagiographic works arranged in the order of the liturgical years in the September volume, under the date of the feast of the elevation of the Holy Cross. And also we can find them in the so-called Greek Minayon Reader of the metropolitan Macarius. And it's also important to say that these narratives entitled on Bohmid the Heretic, on Muhammad the Heretic, o Bohmicie Hereticie, are based mainly on the chronicle of George the Monk, Hamartolos, translated into Church Slavic in Bulgaria at the end of the 10th century or at the beginning of the 11th. And George the Monk was about 200 years apart from the era when Muhammad taught the Arabs, and then his followers launched the first attack of Byzantium, so he used the accounts of various authors. Thus, strictly historiographical sequences describing the Yawh and the first appearance of Muhammad and the invasion of the Arab armies in the Eastern Byzantine Empire, were compiled by him on the basis of the chronicle by Theophanes, as I have remarked before. The most extensive part of the annalist's story is a kind of polemical text presenting the most important dogmas of Islam and elements of rituals, customs of Muslims. And this part of George the Work narrative is essentially dependent on early sources, Byzantine sources, as on heresies by John of Damascus, and quite a large fragment was taken from a text by Michal Syncellus, an Arab Christian author with Arab roots, writing in Greek. And a different image of Khadija can be found in the polemical text by Maximus the Greek, an educated Byzantine who spent his youth in Italy and on Mount Athos, and then found his way to Russia. He is the author of 3 texts written in Old Rush that argue with Islam. As he says himself, he prepared himself for the war carefully and studied many sources. Indeed, in his writings, there are themes absent in other Slavic anti-Muslim works, but he will not mention everything in order not to dismay Christians. He states it's expressis verbis. And so, in his treatise, a revealing word against the Hagarean aberration and against, I will maybe skip this part of the title, Muhammad who invented it, and then you have the original form of the title. We can find a biographical sequence. We learn from it that Muhammad was an employee of a rich Arabian in his youth. His employer's wife fell in love with him, and after her husband's death made him her husband and her to all her estates. The account by Maximus the Greek differs from earlier Byzantine and Rush and also Muslim description of Muhammad's youth by a significant shift in emphasis. In his view, Khadija is not a financially independent person, owner of a large estate running her own business and at some point the prophet's employer, but only the wife of his employer who could manage her husband's wealth after his death. And maybe now a few words about another women from the environment of Muhammad, that we can find in Church Slavic material. They are not so extensive as the sequences devoted to Khadija, unfortunately, but we have some remarks. And the first text that contains some quotations about another wives and also daughters of Muhammad is the Byzantine Rite of Renunciation of Islam, composed in the second half of the 9th century, and it was translated thrice into Church Slavic language. The first translation was done in Bulgaria as part of Nomocanon in 14 titles, and in the eastern part of Slavic world, this text became known in the 4th decade of the 11th century. The second translation was done in Serbia in the beginning of the 13th century with the monocanon of Saint Sava, and then in the same century became popular in Russia. And in the second half of the 14th century, another Church Slavic translation of the ritual was created, completely independent of earlier translation, and this work can be found in Euchologion of the Greek Church, a Byzantine collection of texts used during liturgical rites in the Constantinopolitan Basilica of Hagia Sophia, and then adopted by the Slavs. The rite contains a series of anathemas. A person converting from Islam to Christianity had to curse Muhammad, the most important advocates of his teachings, all the dogmas and religious customs of Muslim, and even the God of Muhammad himself. Immediately after the anathema dedicated to the Prophet, his son-in-law Ali, and his associates, and the rightly guided caliphs, an anathema concerning women from the circle was placed. The first unclean wives of Muhammad. They are addressed with such a face. And they are cursed: Khadija, Aisha, and Zainab. So in Slavic, Praklinayu Zalizu, Jaisu i Zeynepu. Then his daughter Fatima is mentioned, Fatumanu, we have in Slavic material, and then Kultum also appears, Omkelfunu, yes, in Slavic. Interestingly, the author of the ritual considered her to be the wife of the Prophet, while in reality she was, like Fatima, his daughter from the marriage to Khadija. The fact that this anathema was placed in such a prominent place of the annalist rite might indicate that its creator was aware of the importance of wives and daughters of Muhammad in the shaping of the Islamic tradition. And we have another testimony concerning Zainab, Muhammad's wife. And as I have remarked earlier, old Russian authors, like the Byzantine ones, often accuse Muhammad of immoral conduct. However, they usually do not provide any specific information about his private life after Khadija's death. It's a very, very striking feature of these testimonies. They only emphasize that by his actions he sanctioned polygamy and sexual promiscuity of men in the Muslim world, and even an event from the Prophet's life, which seems to be the most interesting and outrageous for old Russian authors, is his marriage to Zainab. And in the Nikon Chronicle, it's a compilation, historiographical compilation from the mid-16th century, we can find the tale of the shameful Saracen faith, Skazanie Ochulnej Wiery Sracińskiej, a compilatory work created in Russia at the end of the 15th century. The author of the story about the Saracen faith quite mechanically combined three texts of Byzantine provenance known in the 30th century Church Slavic translation. It's a chapter of John of Damascus' treatise on heresies dedicated to Islam, a part of the polemical work by Michał Syncellus, and fragments of the ritual of abjuration of Islam. He probably based his work on one of the copies of Nomocanon of Saint Sava. The parts of the treatise on heresies and the works of Michał Syncellus were interwoven with each other in exactly the same way as only the pages of the Nomocanon of Saint Sava. The tale of this shameful Saracen faith includes the following story. Muhammad had a companion named Zayd, whose wife was very beautiful Zainab. Muhammad desired her, so he told Zayd that God had ordered him to send back his wife. When Zayd obeyed him, several days later he found that God had ordered him to take Zainab as his wife. So he took her for himself, and in connection with this event, Muhammad even issued a special law that would allow the man to divorce and marry many wives without any restriction.
Professor Brzozowska, excuse me.
Yes,
Interrupt.
to the final remarks. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, I have also prepared some another stories, some another texts where we can find some remarks about women from the environment of Muhammad. Here we have The Journey Beyond Three Seas by Afanasy Nikitin from the 15th century, and then Fatima is mentioned. We have also story of the place of Medina, where, as they say, the tomb of the deceiver Muhammad is located. From its, it has been included in some from the reduction of Rush chronograph, and here we have also Fatima, and this is interesting testimony. It's part from the 17th century chronograph. I have found it in St. Petersburg National Library, and in this text the mother of Muhammad is mentioned, which is very rare for the Church Slavic material. And in this text we can find information that the mother of Muhammad was Jewish, and he taught Muhammad some from Jewish customs. And as I have said earlier, we have also the martyrdom of Saint Michael of the monastery of Marsaba, and in this text we have the Tsaritsa Saida, one from the wives of the Caliph. And we don't have enough time to talk about the martyrdom, the fate of monk Michael, martyred by Tsaritsa Saida. So maybe some final conclusions. To sum up, the image of Muslim Arab women in Church Slavic, Eastern Slavic literature is complex. There is no doubt that the image was formed under the influence of Byzantine texts, especially Eastern Christian polemical works created on the territory of the empire. And in the eyes of old Russian authors, Arab women are quite active individuals, enjoy considerable personal freedom and the right to dispose their own property independently. Moreover, women surrounding Muhammad, the wives and daughters, especially Khadija and Fatima, are important communicators of his teachings. It is difficult to say to what extent our sources are aware of the role that these characters actually played in spreading the Prophet's revelations, and to what extent Christian authors seek to discredit Islam as a religion preached, in their opinion, mainly by women. Interestingly, old Russian authors do not emphasize the differences in the social status between Arabs and Slavic women. The only sphere in which the difference is perceived and strongly emphasized by them is anything that relates to marriage. Slavic authors stigmatize polygamy, the ease with which a man can dismiss his wife, but also the promiscuity of Muslims, both men and women. And this topic is emphasized in both Byzantine and Church Slavic texts. And so it's everything for today. Thank you very much for your attention, and do excuse me for not fitting to the time of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Brzozowska, for this very interesting, highly interesting paper. And I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. But now I would like to introduce the last speaker of our second session, Professor Marijana Tsibranska-Kostova, professor in Sofia at the Department of History of Bulgarian Language and Bulgarian Academy of Sciences.
Of Bulgarian language.
Bulgarian.
The Institute of Bulgarian Language?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. All right. Institute of Bulgarian Language, and Professor Tsibranska-Kostova wrote many interesting books, and also was awarded many of the prizes, important prizes, for the fundamental joint work Dictionary of the Bulgarian Literary Language of popular type in 2012. Then she wrote on the history of the Bulgarian language, textology, and language of Slavonic manuscripts, on judicial terminology, and on polemical literature, 16th century manuscripts and Old Testament as juridical source, and many other topics. So my honor is to introduce Professor Tsibranska-Kostova with the topic of Panoplia Dogmatica in Slavonic translation, research, state, and prospective. Yes.
Thank you very much. I hope you see and you hear me.
Yes.
Is it right? Thank you. Professor Radovanović, thank you for this introduction. And I'd like to thank, of course, all organizers. I'm very happy and very proud to join your seminar. I shall speak about something really inspiring. It is about Panoplia Dogmatica, of course. In recent years, a favorable scholarly environment has been created for work upon one of the most significant translations of the Slavic Middle Ages, Panoplia Dogmatici, the fundamental work by the Byzantine heresiologist and exegete, the monk Euthymius Zigabenus, in 2 books and in a total of 28 chapters. The Panoplia represents a Byzantine anti-heretical encyclopedia, anthology, or merely treatise against all known to the author heresies, from Simon the Magician to the Saracens. It dates from the reign of Emperor Alexius I Comnenus and was commissioned personally by him. Firstly, the international project Dualist Heresies in the History of Southeast Europe, 9th, 15th centuries of the University of Lodz, under the direction of Professor Georgi Minchev and funded by the Polish National Center, enabled scholars from Poland, Bulgaria, and Italy, Byzantinist and Slavist, historians, literary scholars, and linguists to incorporate the Slavonic tradition of the anti-heretic treatise into the rich Byzantine studies accumulated insofar, and to initiate a systematic study of the archaeographical record of the text, the addition of individual titles, and the problems of the cultural historical background. And I would like to begin by expressing my deepest acknowledgements to this project. I had the opportunity to share this experience with people who are present at our seminar, like Zofia, like Janek, and like Małgorzata Skowronek. Secondly, no less intense in the last 10-15 years has been the research on the original, which is defended by numerous works and names from the past and the present, Antonio Rigo, Georgi Popov, Octavius Jurevich, etc. 2 doctoral theses, fully in the tradition of Jakub Wickert's fundamental doctorate in theology about the Panoplia in 1910, have given impetus to the work upon the Slavonic text. The first one is the dissertation of Nadezhda Miladinova in 2010, devoted to the first edition of the Greek original in 1710 in Târgoviște, Wallachian Principality, which Jean-Paul Min republished in his Patrologia Graeca. Miladinova tried to demonstrate how this authoritative book continued to be used after the fall of the Byzantine Empire, focalizing on both continuity and change, and call it key source for the Orthodox theology and Orthodox legacy. She outlined as well something very important, the flexibility of the work, which allow it to be adapted for different contexts and in aid of different theological and political agendas. The second doctoral thesis was this one written by Metin Berke from the Royal University of Belfast from 2011, in which the author critically analyzed and issues only 6 Greek titles against the iconoclasts, the Armenians, the Paulicians, the Messalians, the Bogomils, and the Saracens, but with a rich critical apparatus and with a number of clarification about the Greek manuscript of the Panoplia. According to him, we've got 72 copies of the Greek tradition, the earliest 7 from the 12th century were very well described. So contribution to the history of the Panoplia in Slavonic context have been made by Klementina Ivanova, George Trifunović, Bojana Jovanović, Stipčević, Nina Gagova, Malgorzata Skovronek, and other scholars. Let me say something about the Slavonic tradition. In the 14th century, the voluminous Byzantine work was divided into 2 books. The first cover title from 1 to 11 and the second from 12 to the title 28. The Slavonic translation reflects precisely this state and is scattered in 4 written testimonies which assemble the overall picture of its existence in the south of Slavs. The total and roughly extant Slavonic translation is, let's say, about 700 leaves, but there is no developed textual tradition. The reconstruction of the translation, its topochronological features, and the literary center it belongs to occur to be of primary importance. I shall show you first. The first book is preserved in 2 manuscripts, one from Hilandar Monastery on Mount Athos, and the other one from the Croatian Academy in Zagreb, both dating from the middle of the 16th century. This is the initial folios with the beginning of the Panoplia. The second book is preserved only as a main body, only in 1 manuscript. This abbreviation means Biblioteka Academia Romana in Bucharest. I shall call it Bucharest part of the Panoplia or Romanian manuscript, dated from the first 2 decades of the 15th century. It starts with the 12th title and ends with the incompleted 26 against Messalians. We see that the numeration is changed in the Slavonic copies. I would like to draw your attention to what this manuscript looks like. You can see the picture on your right side, because as I shall say further, it is accepted as a rare case of translator's autograph with many marginal notes, erasures, and corrections. The 27 titles against the Bogomils and only a very small portion, a fragment from the last against the Saracen, are kept only in 1 manuscript from Odessa State Library. You can see the abbreviation, which is dated from the end of the 14th, the beginning of the 15th century. And the most important feature of this manuscript that it is a convolutus, a tripartite convolutus, divided into 3 different components per fragments from various Slavonic manuscripts collected by Victor Grigorovich during his trip, mostly in Romanian lands, Moldavian and Wallachian monasteries. You can see here a complementary source. This is the famous Zagreb Miscellany of Vladislav the Grammarian, the famous Balkan man of letters. This miscellany dates from 1469 and contains only the proemion of the Panoplia on your right side with this caption, and on the left part one of the encomia written by Zigabenus, personally devoted to Alexius Comnenus. This very important miscellany was composed in the monastery of Saint Virgin Mary, or Mateice, in Zhiglegovo district, at the request of Demetrius Cantacuzenus. The scribe used, as you see, embellished multicolored kit pieces in the Balkan interlace style. Thus, the text of the Panoplia became an inseparable part of the most ornate autograph of Deacon Vladislav. But, however, the text does not coincide with the full Slavonic translation in the mentioned 2 manuscript of the first book. Obviously, Deacon Vladislav edited the available texts, which is actually very specific for him. Editing and glossing are his trademark and a feature of his creative profile. What are the obstacles and the challenges? The first one, of course, is the lack of a new critical edition of an overall Greek text. As I said, Metin Berke made a new edition, a better one in my opinion, but critical, but only 6 titles. The chapter against the Bogomils has been the part of the Panoplia which has received most attention because it is the primary source for this medieval dualistic movement. Allow me not to focalize on the edition in classical languages, neither to those in modern languages, because you are very well acquainted with this issue. I would like to mention just a relatively new translation, but open, based on the Greek original of Donka Radeva in modern Bulgarian, about the title against the Paulicians, and a Russian translation against the Saracen available in internet. If we approach the problems from a Slavic perspective, we must state the complete insufficiency of published material from the key sources. The full digitization of some of those written witnesses to which official access was granted has not been completed. The crucial contribution in this regard belongs to Mikhail Popruzenko for the Odessa manuscript. In his remarkable study of Borilov Synodic, he published the title against the Bogomil in original Slavonic translation with numerous remarks and even a short glossary. New edition of this title, Against the Bogomil, was prepared by Małgorzata Skowronek. It is, how to say, a brand new publication in the last issue of scientific journal Paleo-Bulgarica. I call it a pioneer work over a no more accessible source, because it has never been easy to work in Odessa libraries, but nowadays it seems to me almost impossible because of the condition, you know very well, the military condition, no telling how long this situation will last. So I strongly recommend this new publication of this source. She enlightened a lot of questions considering the Odessa part of the Panoplia. Published at this stage of research are as well the titles, again, the Paulician. I tried to make some. It is not a fully edition because it is complicated in what consists this title. Against the Messalians entirely, but the title itself is incompleted. In working process is one of the shortest against the iconoclast. From the first book of the Panoplia, we've got only parts of the Proemian and the encomias, that one of the encomia, the verse of George Pamphilus, at the very beginning of the Panoplia Dogmatica in Greek original, was edited by George Trifunović, and I tried to make another edition, but in comparison with what is preserved in Vladislav the Grammarian Miscellanies. What we know and what we don't at this stage of research. After Skowronek contribution, or it is better to say, she confirmed what Clementina Ivanova suggested in 1987. It is now clear that the Odessa part is a continuation of the Bucharest manuscript. The handwriting characteristic for the same copies, penny correction, orthographic data pointed out by Popruzenko could be found in the Bucharest manuscript. And for instance, I show you only one of the characteristic orthographic feature. The manner in a way the scribe writes the name of Apostle Paul. It is always Paul, and in the word pravda and the derivates from this word. And I believe that the spelling of Apostle Paul's name from Greek Paulus suggests a Greek influence and probably unites scribes from the same circle who adhere to this norm. So the Bucharest and the Odessa parts of the Slavonic Panoplia represent two text portions of one and the same manuscript body with one and the same copyist, but there remains the controversial question of who he might be. Attempts have given rise to various hypotheses and so far have not led to a definite answer. Some scholars identified him with the Bulgarian copyist priest Gerasim, famous by producing with his recognizable handwriting important written monuments of Patriarch Eftimius' literary school, including the second part of Synodicon of Boril. The alternative hypothesis that the Bucharest part represents an autograph of anonymous translator who work on Montatus is not to be neglected easily. It seems even much more plausible because we have the reliable testimony left by the translator himself in an explicit marginal note. He informs that not only translated, actually the used word expression is preavial biach, which should be translated as I translated or I had translated. Not only translated, but filled in the gaps from the main Greek source by consulting another Greek copy from the monastery of Vatopedi. Since he says he brought the Greek protograph from there, this event most likely took place on Holy Mountains. That is why Nina Gagova calls the Bucharest manuscript a translator's autograph. Scholars have the rare opportunity to get familiar with how a working copy was made in small letters with many erasures, marginal notes. The handwriting of the same leading copies is reminiscent of a Hesychast script, a Greek semi-uncial, some people call it semi-cursive, typical for monks of Turnovo and Montatus. It is a variant of Pope Gerasim's script, undoubtedly, which does not imply necessarily Gerasim as the only one scribe. Perhaps there was a circle of scribes, mostly Bulgarians and Serbs, around priest Gerasim, who were influenced by his type of writing, which proved to be convenient for utilitarian purposes in making fast and economic working copies, and then tried to imitate him. This means that the chronology of the translation in both opinions still keeps to be divided between the end of the 14th and the first 2 decades of the 15th centuries. In the conception of the scribes, both parts of the Panoplia represent one and the same thing. They recognize the existing of 2 books. I show you the heading of for the 2 copies from the Hilandar monastery with the difference in Vladislav copy. You can see that at the beginning of the Slavonic translation of the first book, we've got both the original Greek name of the book and the Slavonic translation. Especially important is the word velianie, which in the South Slavonic literature from the 14th century translates the word dogma. It exists also the Greek word dogmat, but the prevailing uses is velianie in both books of the Panoplia. In the first book's content, we read dvoich knig dogmatia Panoplia, so the Slavonic scribes were very well acquainted that the Panoplia existed in 2 books. We should answer the question, of course, what is the relationship between the first and the second book of the Panoplia? But along with this, another supplementary fact can help us to formulate our conclusion. A marginal note in the Hilandar manuscript informs us that Sia knjiga dogmatik Svetego manastira Hilandara iže Svete Gore Atonsi, just a part, I give you just a part of this extended note, fully published by Bogdanović. that along with the traditional curse in the name of the Lord, the Theotokos and the Nicene Fathers against the one who dared to take the book out of the monastery, it is said that the sinner and his successor will be swallowed up by the earth like Datan and Abiram for their rebellion. It is a reference to the book of Numbers, chapter 16. This fact testified to the immense respect in which the copy of the Panoplia was held and the close connection of its history with Mount Athos. It is probable that the Hilandar manuscript with the first book he does not possess the authenticity of the other testimony, of course, because it's dated from the middle of the 16th, but never left the Holy Mountains and reproduced another Athonite copy. The linguistic feature from the Bucharest manuscript and the Hilandar manuscript make plausible the working hypothesis that both books originated in the same Athonite milieu in a small time frame, that is to say, at the end of the 14th, the very beginning of the 15th centuries, in the same translation circle. Speaking about the historical background of this translation, we've got a lot of questions to be answered. First one, whether the translation was commissioned by a secular or ecclesiastical authority. These questions stand us because a note in Odessa copy states it is a note in the second folios and written by unidentified script handwriting. The meaning is, as you can see, this book was prepared for the Serbian despot Stefan Lazarević by the unworthy hand of Gerasim called Bulgarian in the Hilandar monastery on Mount Athos. But to which book it refers is not clear at all, considering the Odessa manuscript is a tripartite convolute, as I said. According to George Trifunović, it is about another lost manuscript made by priest Gerasim for the Serbian despot. Another possibility is to think that from this working copy, another much better made and refined was prepared especially for the royal court. In my opinion, this continued to be one of the greatest mysteries of the Slavonic Panoplia. However, it requires a scrupulous fieldwork with our Odessa part of Panoplia. Another question is whether a previous translation of Panoplia has been made, where, when, by whom, in what form it was known to the compilers of the 13th century Bulgarian Synodicon, the Serbia Kornchaja from the beginning, the so-called Sava Kornchaja, and especially to Patriarch Efthymius in his Vita of St. Hilarion of Meglen. And since one speaks mainly of Patriarch Efthymius and the life of Hilarion, I believe that he knew the Panoply, perhaps in original, and translated himself some of passages about the dualistic controversy. I tried to make a comparison between the title against the Armenian, because the largest portion of the dispute of St. Hilarion is addressed to the Armenian leaders. And I found no evidence that the relevant chapter was used directly as a Slavonic translation. Even the opposite, substantial differences exist. But since the title against the Armenian is not published yet, I recognize that you are not obliged to believe me. It should be written somewhere. Except the initial treasury caption in Balkan style in the first book's copies, no other ornamentation supports the idea of commission. Nothing else supports actually the idea of commission. Just the opposite, everything supports the modest monastic provenance, at least of the second book. At this stage, there is no stable evidence of Stefan Lazarević's involvement. The Serbian despot and his time give only the chronological frame, because his reign was a time of restoration of the power of the Serbian state, cultural and political flourishment, and a number of models of power were established in Litra. It is a very attractive hypothesis, but for the time being, it is not proved. All these questions, of course, need a verification and up-to-date argumentation. Summarizing, I can say that the Slavonic translation of the Panoply is the spiritual response of the Attonite Brotherhood, with outlined contextualization to achieve the consolidation of orthodoxy through the fundamental textual legacy. It is not coincidental that on Mount Athos, hesychastic and ascetic collections were created during the whole 14th century. The Attonite tradition spread to various parts of the Balkans. Areas of strong influence from Mount Athos were formed around Kratovo, Kosovo, Morava, the lands north of Skopje, the monastery of Resava and Ravanica, the diocese of Ohrid Archbishopric, which defended the Slavic-Byzantine interactions and the influence of the so-called Byzantine culture. The creation of dogmatic and anti-heretic miscellanies is a typological feature of the South Slavonic literature at the beginning of the 15th century. I think there was a continued interest in the anti-heretical theme in general, especially in archaic texts related to the Christological heresies and the controversy around the Holy Spirit and the Holy Trinity, anti-Judaic, anti-Catholic treatises, a deep interest to the dogmatic foundation of orthodoxy. The compilation program for those miscellanies fell into the hands or was entrusted to South Slavic monks literati, who belonged to a certain literary circle and adhered to the standard, to the prestigious model of Attonite literary norms. And I believe that exactly in this context that the attested Slavonic translation of Zigabina's work falls. So what we can do further is to initiate a separate, preferably international project that will allow us to continue the work over this really important issue and to collect new data about. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Tsibranska-Kostova, for this illuminating, inspiring lecture. We learned a lot, all of us, I'm sure. And now we could open the floor to discussion. Do we have some questions? First, all right, first let's do questions from the online, from our online participants. Octavian, is that a question? No. All right, or do we have some questions here from our attendees in the, no? Well, I would like to say that we heard very interesting papers. If we bring it into connection with our first session, the big important question poses itself: how do we treat heresies in this big project of our colleagues Alessandra Bucossi and Professor Marie-Hélène Blanchet? Where do we find place for heresies in this polemic religious literature? I think this is a question which needs to be discussed, and because, as you see, we have many important heretical topics here in the Slavonic world, in the Byzantine realm, and as we know, for example, from John of Damascus, he treated Islam as a heresy in the 7th century. And then the question of blurred boundaries: where does one definition stop and another moves in, or how do we deal with terminological problems and strict definitions? So, who would like to ask a question? No, nobody. No? Well, I wanted to say for Professor Zofia Brzozowska, it was very interesting as well to hear all this on the women, on textual treatment of women, Persian women, so to say, and I'm very much interested in comparative perspective, as you mentioned, well, where was it? Yes, Mavia and Olga, the similarities between Saint Olga and Tsarina Mavia, was it? They were all, I think it's very important to make maybe comparison, maybe comparative studies. And of course, to just say that regarding the work of Professor Tsibranska-Kostova, that of course it's very important to trace the Slavonic translations and the origin of the Slavonic translations of Panoplia Dogmatica and the importance of Athos and Samnite monks. It is also important in wider context of historical studies and heresiological studies, and to know what books were circulated there and came from there. And I think it's fascinating, and a big project maybe should be designed in order to elucidate all these questions. Yes, so here is a question of Professor Blanchet, please.
Yes, my question will be for Marie-Hélène, and so the Panoplia Dogmatica. If I understood correctly, you have attestations that the text was used and was referred to in Slavonic literature before the translation, so before the 14th century. Isn't it? I think, but I'm not sure I catched it correctly.
In the middle of the
We don't have any evidence of existence of Slavonic translation, full Slavonic translation, before the beginning of the 15th century.
Yes, but you have evidences of the texts being used in the
Yes, of course, definitely.
Yeah.
As
From
concerns
the 13th...
Patriarch Efthymius, that's for sure. He used.
And even before? Even
perhaps there is an opinion of George Trifunović, for instance, that some part, even the verses of George Pamphilus, were translated in the 13th century. But
yes.
I'm speaking about the full, concise translation of the two books. Mm-hmm. We don't have any testimonies before the beginning of the 15th, which is really surprising fact.
Yes.
The Panoply should be translated much earlier.
Earlier, yeah.
Yes, but no evidence about this.
All right, thank you very much. And here another question. Another question from Professor Bucossi, please.
This is a question for Octavian-Adrian. Wow, what a fantastic name you have anyway, you know. Very Roman. I was very curious about, you started talking about derivativeness and static argumentation and dynamic life of text and transformation and adaptation, and that's, I think, is exactly what we share. This polemical text, okay, we could apply also to many parts of Byzantine literature, but now we are talking about polemical text. And one of the things that is very interesting for me is to map. That's one of my other crazy dreams, to map, in fact, the relationship between the argumentations and to also analyze the evolution of them. And since you showed to us that map with all the dots and everything, I was wondering what kind of system are you using? Are you working with the social network analysis? Do you think is it what you are working with? And how you what kind of method of analysis do you think you can use to trace relationship between sources, imitations, reworks, influences, or things like this? If you do, but it seems that you do. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. I must say from the start that I'm not an expert in digital humanities. But our team has developed this database. So there is somebody from the Madrid team who is in charge of building the database. What the members of all the teams are doing is basically flooding information into the database. We have a handbook according to which we introduce stuff. So what we do is, for instance, let's take, for instance, John Cantacuzénos, because I was speaking about him. So first we introduce him as an author. Then we introduce whatever work he produced as an abstract thing. So like the text. And after that, we introduce manuscripts or printed editions of it, or translations of it, or so on and so forth. And the thing, how it works is that when we introduce an author or a text or a manuscript, that particular entry receives a number. And at the end, after we introduce all this, we have to, there is a system according to which we connect all the dots. So according to, for instance, let's say John Cantacuzénos as an author is number 1, and his text is number 2. At the end, after I introduce both of them, I connect number 1 with number 2, and I establish the relation between them. And in establishing that particular relation, there were many discussions about, what kind of relations. In this case would be something very simple, like John Cantacuzénos, the author of blah blah blah. But in sometimes it can get even more complicated than that. For instance, when I find that an author uses Cantacuzénos, I introduce him also as an author, and I have to go back to number 1 and connect John Cantacuzénos from this particular author who uses. But the shortcoming of this type of database is that it can show it to you or tell you that they are connected, or that this person used a certain work or a certain author, but it doesn't tell you how much of it used, or so for that we actually need studies. But the database is very useful. As I said, I'm not an expert on that. This is what I know. This is what I'm doing on a daily basis. This is actually, I kind of described you very briefly the process I'm going through every day. But what I know is that when this database was proposed by the PIs of our project, in the beginning they've decided only to introduce editions of the Quran in European languages. For instance, you have the translation of Duryea, how many copies he survives in Europe, and something like that. But after they got people employed working with polemical literature, as myself, they decided, okay, so we have the Quran also discussed in polemical literature. So what are we going to do with that? And after that, we had a lot of discussions, as I said, because even when I introduce a text, for instance, John Cantacuzénos' text, I have to state in the database if there are quotations from the Quran, how does he use the Quran, if I know the copy which he used, if not, maybe it's a secondary from a secondary source, or so on and so forth. So there are many type of relations between the texts and the authors and the copies also, because we have to introduce them. If we know the copies of a manuscript or the printer of a certain edition, we have to introduce that as well. And there is this visual part that the database has, because you've seen it stretched, and you can pinpoint whatever it's relevant from the database, and see both the Western Europe connected with Eastern Mediterranean and even beyond that. But this is what I can tell you now. If you want, we can discuss more, of course, on stay in touch and discuss even more on that. And when it's available, I will be very happy to know what you think about it. So thank you.
Sure. I mean, I really think that this kind of project should talk to each other, because there are also, I mean, another project can be very inspiring. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have some other questions? No? Well, I would like to thank you all again very much for this wonderful, inspiring session. We learned a lot. And we shall now have 10 minutes break. So, and we will meet you again for our third and last session at 20 to 2 roughly. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank you to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Bye. Thank you. Must have a break and then we continue. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Well, there are many people, I think, there, and so thank you for being here with us.
Are you all ready for your...
No, I must go and I just wanted to say hi. I hope you enjoyed the session.
Yes, I was going to ask a question, but I thought maybe I shouldn't.
All right, so I must go now. Yes.
Are you on next?
Yes, I'm in the next session. All right.
I shall disappear now.
Thank you. See you later. Bye.
So I repeat what I have said. We start the last session with Angel Nicole from University of Sofia, who will present a paper, a South-Slavic reworking of the dialogue of Panagiotis with an Azimit, a tale of how Rome fell from the Orthodox faith. And if you agree, I will just give a sign that 5 minutes is left if we reach this point, and you do the same from me. Thank you. The floor is yours.
I'll give you 5 too.
Thank you very much, Yannick. The gradual strengthening of Catholic propaganda among the Balkan Slavs in the first half of the 17th century led to the establishment of new ecclesiastical dioceses, usually headed by Bulgarians, Serbs, Croats, or Bosnians, who had received theological education in Italy. The clash of this new Catholic intelligentsia with the conservative local Orthodox clergy was inevitable. The reasons for this should hardly be reduced solely to the inherent religious intolerance of both sides. The fierce polemic between Catholic and Orthodox clergy in the Balkans during this period bears the hallmarks of an acute confrontation and struggle for intellectual superiority between the Catholic clergy, influenced to one degree or another by the European Enlightenment, and the representatives of the conservative Orthodox clergy concerned with the preservation of the Byzantine Orthodoxy. Some time ago, Vasil Gizerev noted the tendency to preserve and disseminate the older anti-Catholic literature, Slavic literature, in the Bulgarian lands in the 15th, 16th century after the Ottoman invasion, and characterized it as an interesting and lasting aspect of the negative attitude towards the Catholics and their teachings. According to Olga Todorova, in the struggle against Catholicism, the Orthodox clergy of the Bulgarian lands subjected to the Ottomans, used all possible means, striving above all to maintain the anti-Latin literary tradition inherited from the Middle Ages. The author's opinion that the Bulgarian scribes in this period did not undertake to compose new polemical works, but made full use of the old Orthodox heritage, is also fundamentally correct. Ultimately, however, the inherent tendencies of the Orthodox tradition, including in the field of religious polemic, towards self-limitation and encapsulating greatly reduced its effectiveness and inevitably led it to such a degree of elementarization that it almost merged with popular culture. Here we will try to flesh out these general considerations on the basis of one particular example. In 1640, Peter Bogdan Deodatus, a Catholic bishop of Gallipoli, later ordained Archbishop of Sofia, wrote and sent to the Congregation for the Propagation of the Faith in Rome his description of the Kingdom of Bulgaria. In describing the state of the Orthodox Church in the Bulgarian lands, he remarks, "The schism of the Greeks is known to the Holy Church and also that of the Bulgarians and other peoples. But the Bulgarians have, I know not why, more of it than the others, because they, being a simple and ignorant people, believe everything that they find written. I have even found a book of theirs and have drawn out many follies which they maintain, and which are pure heresies. And if you ask them, they cannot answer reasonably, but with a certain haughtiness and arrogance. And they base themselves on what is written and say, 'Thus says the Scripture,' and attribute everything to the Holy Fathers. When you talk to them about things concerning the faith or the Church, they say the Pope had a golden beard and shaved it off because of his love for a Roman woman. And out of shame he could not come to the Seventh Council, but by remaining in Rome, he divided the faith. nonsense that is unbelievable. And therefore I have extracted some things from a book of theirs and sent them with this report as I have found them. They want me to translate them into Italian. Who they are, Bogdan is not quite direct, I mean, to translate them into Italian, but I have purposely left them so, and Father Raphael Levakovic, if he is there in Rome, will translate them into Italian, just so that the Holy Church may see how many delusions are found in the world and how many follies arise from the ignorance and envy which these schismatics feed against Rome. Although this passage from Peter Bogdan's description of the Kingdom of Bulgaria has been known for a long time and has repeatedly attracted the attention of modern researchers, till recently no attempt has been made to clarify the source of the legend of the shaving of the papal golden beard as the cause of the disintegration of church unity. There's no doubt that the Bulgarian Catholic prelate and had in mind a late medieval polemical work, which is known to us so far in 3 16th, 17th century copies, kept at the Church Historical and Archival Institute of the Bulgarian Patriarchate in Zofia, in the library of the Romanian Academy in Bucharest, and in the archive of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts in Belgrade. Only the copy from Sofia is fully preserved, and this also applies to the title of the text, which in this copy reads, "A Tale of How Rome Fell from the Orthodox Greek Faith." The narrative begins by stating that for 907 years Rome was Orthodox, and from it emerged the first Christian emperor, Christian Emperor Constantine. But further, the anonymous author concludes that in our days Rome is dead. The first pope was the Apostle Peter, and the last pious pope was Saint Gregory. The faith was corrupted by the accursed Peter the Stamer, together with Pope Hermon, whom Saint Basil the Great crowned pope. It's fantastic things. I mean, I'm reading everything and without any understanding what it is about. It's rubbish, of course, from historical point. But it's a kind of propaganda, obviously. Historically blended, flavored. Once the Pope sent a letter to a Roman maiden and invited her to dinner. She, however, answered neither the first nor subsequent letters until finally, in the 7th of these letters, the Pope threatened her that she could not escape from him. The maiden then replied that she wanted the Pope to send her his golden hair, beard, and moustache, because she was supposedly of a noble family of Israel. Whose relation, I don't know. The Pope fulfilled this request, and the maiden burst into tears and wrote 10,000 letters announcing to all Romans that Rome has fallen. The Pope shaved off his beard and moustache for a woman's eyes. Then, further, Pope Hermon was going to commit suicide. He was very ashamed of what he did, so without any result. But Peter the Stamer talked him into writing the first heretical book, in which the Pope claimed that the Archangel Michael came to him at night and brought him a letter ordering him to shave off his beard and moustache. When Saint Dorotheus read this false letter, he accepted the new law, shaved himself, and ordered all the secular princes and ecclesiastical dignitaries to do the same. And 77 false heresies were written and sent throughout the Western countries, where there were 77 great rulers under the Pope. And the Reverend Father Nicodemus, a disciple of Basil the Great, who had once been sent to Rome and remained there, by a secret letter informed his fellow disciple John Chrysostom, the Patriarch of Constantinople, of the new heresy. Unbelievable, really. John Chrysostom wrote to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Sala, who passed the news to the Patriarch of Antioch, Joachim, who in turn sent a letter to the Patriarch of Alexandria, Nicephorus. Finally, 355 Holy Fathers gathered at the Seventh Ecumenical Council in Nicaea and urged the Pope to set forth his new law, but he never responded. Why did Rome not come, brothers? He had nothing. He was without beard and moustache. The end of the tale takes the form of an apocalyptic prophecy. Rome will be renewed and will once again be with the Orthodox Christian Greeks when, with the intervention of the Archangel Michael, the pious Christian Emperor John, buried in the Church of St. Zofia in Constantinople 500 years before the birth of Christ, is resurrected. He will storm and capture Constantinople from afternoon to night, reign there for 3 months, then take Anatolia, Karaman, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Rome, and Persis or Persida, where he will reign for 3 years, gather the eastern countries, make innumerable ships, and rush westward. It is noteworthy that the first half of the tale is filled with a number of absurd pseudo-historical details, which is unnecessary to dwell on. The anonymous author did not intend to present any real event, but only to describe, to discredit and ridicule the Roman Church. For this purpose, he drew inspiration primarily from the Slavonic translation of the dialogue of Panagiotis with an Ezimite, whose Greek original appeared as an invective against Michael VIII Palaeologus' union of alliance with the Roman Church. And the second and concluding half of the tale is based on some older apocalyptic text, which cannot yet be identified. It is sufficient to note here that although the tale conveys the legend of the last emperor in a very specific way, the name of this character, John, recalls certain Greek visions of Daniel in which the last emperor is referred to by this very name, which is common knowledge, of course. It is difficult to say anything definite about when and where the tale was created. It is obvious that it was already the tale in existence in the 16th century, when its earliest transcriptions date from. All three known copies bear numerous Serbian linguistic features, and the text contains a number of colloquial words not found in medieval Slavonic texts until the 14th, 15th centuries, such as the borrowings from Italian, mester or umester, master, and berberin, barber. The Turkic word ikindia for afternoon, twilight, etc. So we have words which cannot tell us something about really medieval provenance of the text. It is interesting that in the two earlier transcripts, that is from Sofia and from Bucharest, this tendency towards the use of colloquial words has found further development in relation to the archetypal text of the work, which is reflected in a purer form, though with some omissions and deformations in the relatively late and fragmentarily preserved Belgrade copy. Interesting conclusions can be drawn from a comparison between the story of the Pope's shaving in the tale and one of its sources, the already mentioned Slavonic translation of the dialogue of Panagiotis with an Ezimite. As already mentioned, this work was written by anonymous author soon after 1274 in order to ridicule and repudiate the ecclesiastical politics of Michael VIII. Soon, the Greek text was translated into Slavonic, and from the 14th century onward, it gained a wide circulation in Bulgaria, Serbia, Wallachia, Moldavia, and among the Eastern Slavs. The compiler of the tale used a copy of the dialogue, which belonged to the second redaction of the Slavonic translation, according to Andrei Popov's classification. From there, he borrowed the image of the legendary founder of the Latin heresy, Peter the Stamer, and Paul. In the tale, he's called Hermon, which is something unique and has no parallel, at least I don't know about parallels. In the dialogue of Panagiotis with the Azimite, however, this is not Paul Hermon, this is Paul of Samosata, and he's pointed as Peter Stamer's quote, Peter the Stamer and Paul of Samosata, they founded this heresy and handed it over to you, stinking heretics cursed by the Holy Fathers of the Seventh Council. And you cling to this heresy, this is an accusation against the Azimite. And you cling to this heresy to this day. Obviously, the dialogue is alluding to the Patriarch of Antioch of the second half of the 3rd century, Paul of Samosata, removed from office and condemned on charges of heresy and sexual misconduct by a local church council. Given this, we can more easily imagine why the compiler of the tale attributed to the fantastic Pope Paul Hermon an extraordinary sexual promiscuity. In this content, it is worth to mention that according to the grotesque account of the word of the German delusion, how Peter the Stamer taught them heresy, composed in the second half of the 11th century and known to the early 12th century compiler of the Russian Primary Chronicle, the founder of the Latin heresy, Pope Peter the Stamer, not Pope Hermon, like in the later tale, Pope Peter the Stamer ordered all men to shave not only their beards, but also their scrotums. As we can see, the compiler of the tale of how Rome fell from the Orthodox faith deviates from the traditional view of the medieval South and East Slavic writers concerning the personality of the fictional Peter the Stamer as Pope of Rome, and presents him only as a close papal advisor, a subject that deserves further study, really. The motive of the correspondence between the lustful Pope and the pious Roman maiden is also borrowed from the Slavonic translation of the dialogue of Panagiotis with an Azimite. And it is important to stress that it is absent from the previously known versions of the Greek text. The way in which the compiler of the tale renders it, however, is particularly remarkable and reveals the anonymous author's desire to model his narrative along the lines of a folkloric imagery. For example, the dialogue says, the Pope wanted a wife. So he sent to a woman a letter to come to his bed. Then the woman sent a letter to him and said, if you want me to come to you in bed, shave your beard. So the Pope shaved his beard and wrote to the woman. And the woman said, because you have shaved off your beard and dishonored your honor for my womanhood, God liveth, I do not want to come to you. In the tale, the narrative is much more elaborate and contains a number of colorful additional details. I'll not read this long passage. You can do it yourself. The beard and mustache become golden. There are 7 letters sent. The rhythm is very interesting. Connected with something I could call fantastic tradition shared by ordinary people. So the anonymous writer had tried to turn the fantastic incident, which is described very briefly in the dialogue, into a real fairy tale story, which only confirms Don Petcanova's remark that in the popular consciousness, historical conflicts are domesticated. The concrete history is lost in unbelievable stories. This is suggested by the fact that in our tale of how Rome fell from the Orthodox faith, as in folk fairy tales, the main organizing role for the narrative is played by the opposition between direct and indirect speech. Of special note is the fact that in the tale the Pope's hair, beard and moustache are characterized as golden. If we turn to folklore, we will see that golden hair is usually an attribute of fairy tale characters with a positive characteristic who break prohibitions, find and use magic objects like golden apples, etc. Seen through the prism of these notions, the Pope's renunciation of the golden hair, beard and moustache symbolizes not only a violation of ecclesiastical tradition, but also the voluntary degradation of a positive hero who has succumbed to primordial passions and, by his behavior, endangered the global balance between good and evil. Furthermore, if we accept some psychoanalytical interpretations of hair as a sexual symbol, the haircut and shaving imposed by the pious maiden on the Pope is in effect tantamount to a voluntary castration and turns him, the Pope, into just a negative, not just a negative, but a parodical character. Finally, based on the above, we can summarize the tale of how Rome fell from the Orthodox faith was probably written in the 15th or early 16th century by an anonymous author in the Serbian lands, or, which is less likely, in Western Bulgarian lands. The work quickly gained widespread popularity, as evidenced by Peter Bogdan in his description of the Bulgarian kingdom. The reason for this is undoubtedly the work's characteristic tendency to consistently elementarize the Orthodox polemic against Catholicism, with the conflict between Eastern and Western Christianity interpreted in the terms of fairy tale and folklore imagery. Viewed from this perspective, the appearance and dissemination of the tale represents an interesting testimony to the interaction between written culture and the oral traditions of the South Slavs during the early era of Ottoman rule on the Balkans, when the Orthodox Church ability to exercise systematic control and censorship over literary production was severely limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angel, and thank you for perfect time control. And now it's time for us to listen to Bojana Radovanović from University of Vienna and her paper entitled Profiling the Bogomils in the Later Byzantine Period, Some Notes on the Kudu Heroi.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for inviting me here again. It's a pleasure and an honor. And now, just see if it works. Okay. So, yes, this topic is a little bit different, but not that much from everything we have heard today. It's linked to polemical literature and maybe a bit more broadly conceived, and it concentrates on the late source of kudugeri or kudugeroi and on the semantic analysis, on the attempt to perform a semantic analysis of this term. This was heavily debated in the secondary literature, whether it concerns the Bogomils or not. And I will, to the furthest end, propose to include some other sources in the study of the later strands of Bogomilism, such as the legal and maybe ethnological material on the lay religiosity in Slavia Orthodoxa. So, first, here is just to remind you of some of the important sources or most important sources on the Bogomils. And now on Kudugeroi on the right. So we know that Simeon, Archbishop of Thessaloniki, in the early 15th century or late 14th, early 15th century, in his dialogue against heresies, he mentions those heretics who believe in two principles, who are called the Bogomils or Kudugeri, who live in his proximity. That means in the vicinity of Thessaloniki. They pretend to pray and accept the New Testament, but instead they practice enthusiasms in secrecy and incantations. They reject the baptism, communion, the cross, the icons, churches, Old Testament, the cult of the saints. The only prayer they accept is Our Father because it was taught by Jesus Christ. They see demonic fantasies and venerate the devil in the pagan way, whom they call in barbarian term Topakos of the earth. Later, this term, and now I'm just giving you the short review of the usage of this term and how it was treated in secondary literature before giving you my own opinion on this. All right. So in the later sources, we have Constantinopolitan Patriarch Gennadius Scholarius in his letter to Maximus Sophianos and to the monks of Sinai, middle of the 15th century, where he wrote about the Bishop of Bosnia, Stefan Vukčić-Kosača, and he mentions Kudugeroi in Bosnia. Later we have Laonicus Kalkondila, who says that Kudugeroi are called all the inhabitants of the land of Sandal. Sandal is Sandan Kosača, ruler of Bosnia. And he says Kudugeroi are basically the Bosnian Christians. Then Manuel, in his reply to Domenican Francesco, mentions the so-called Stavropati, who are usually called Kotugeroi. And we have also Mauro Urbini, so late as the early 17th century. The first inhabitants of these places, of Stefan Hranić Kosača, are called Kuduergi, all the variants of the name. Then Lucari, also early 17th century, Kuduergia. Today is called the Duchy of Saint Sava. They both depend on Kalkondila. Well, this is our source, it's Kalkondila basically. And now I come to something very important to us, for us today, is the analysis of this term Kudugeroi in the earliest source, by all means, and by Antonio Rigo, who by the conclusions of Antonio Rigo. This was the earliest source which mentions Kudugeroi by Johannes Hamartolos, and it really follows Euthemius Sicapenus in Panoplia Dogmatici. The text is discussion held years ago, so the Alexis. It's in the Oxford Christ Church manuscript 49. So, and basically it's a dialogue, as it said, between Johannes Hamartolos and chief or leader or principal among the Kudugeroi, who is designated by Protos, who is called Protos in the Greek text. And Antonio Rigo says, yes, I can tell you just basically what it says in the text. Yes, it's very similar to what we have found, what I read you from Simeon of Thessaloniki. It's all. They reject the cross, the icons, they accept the Psalms, the prophets, the evangelists, the Acts and Revelation. They call themselves Christians. So here is the point from this morning when we had in the early session. The problem is that all those heretics, they consider themselves the true Christians. And so they call themselves Christians. They don't believe in the church and the ecclesiastical hierarchy. They accept only Father Noster, etc., etc. So basically, as Antonio Rigo concludes, Simeon of Thessaloniki based his dialogues against heresies on Johannes Hamartolos. which shows that he was active in the third quarter of the 14th century. All right, and according to Antonio Rigo, this term entered in circulation only thanks to the work of Simon of Thessaloniki, in which the Kudugeri are accepted as the synonym of the Bogomils, and that it got just reused again and again. All the variants of the name, Kutriguri, Kuturguri, etc., Kutiguri, Kutragiri, even with eta. And now, just in short, what the secondary literature thinks about all this. Of course, the most important contribution would be the first two, I would say. First of Antonio Rigo, and I said, Kudugeri may be a humiliating and offending epithet in opposition to Kalogeri. Kalogeri were the monks, as we know, and so. And then, however, Petrovic wrote on Kudugeri, and he mentions that for him, Kudugeri were the inhabitants, were the Latin Christians. He called them Latini, the Latin Christians, in the land of Bosnia, in Bosnia. And then Glušec, of the Serbian authors who analyzed this, Yugoslav, Glušec, who says, who is the first one to mention Hunnic tribe of the Kutrigurs, the tribe of the Black Sea coast, let's say, and I find it interesting as a hypothesis. And then Dragojlović, as I will come to it later, he is, in my, as far as I could find, he is the only one to bring them into connection with Kukeri, who represent this personified elements in popular folklore, lay religious plays, so to say, and I will return to it later. And all the other authors like Ficker, they more or less use, they more or less think that it indicates the Bogomils, that this term does indicate the Bogomils. Ivanov draws our attention to the toponymy, which is very important to say that there are Kutugerci near Čustendil, and near Voden, Kotugeri, and then he brings it into connection with Torbeši, which is again brought into connection with Funtakiakite, as the designation of the Bogomils who converted to Islam. And then many of the authorities, like Obolensky, he agrees with Ivanov that the original term Kudugeri is unknown, basically. And that is for sure. We haven't reached any final hypothesis. Maybe they were called after the name of a village. And yes, that always remains enigmatic, as Henri Pouet says. And other etymologies were proposed, from kutos, stupid, or corruption of the word kalogeros, kudogeru, kude, kuda. What is important to know that it is thought that Kudugeri indicated the Bogomils in the 15th century, so this is a late strand of the Bogomils. And Kutiger, which can be also bag carrier, well, and John Fine, he says, but simply another name of the Bogomils, and Bosnians or Bosnian. And there is another possibility, which I think is important. It's, there is a Turkish term, Guducu, or I don't know how, I'm not fluent in Turkish. There is a Turkish term attested in manuscripts of 1450. Guducu, which means basically shepherd. And there is another Greek, Serbian also word we use from Greek is kudura, which means high hill, a hill or a mountain. I'm sure you use it in Bulgarian. Maybe gudura.
No.
No. All right. And here is another author who brought this term to the Illyrian ethnic groups, the Kutrigurs, as I told you. This is one of the Uyghurs who inhabited the south of the Black Sea coast, and in the name of Mayotis. It is
very disputable.
Disputable, but we know of the name Procopius,
yeah,
even from as early as Procopius. He wrote on Kutrigurs, but as many things disputed. And as I said, so here are some possible etymologies which were given: Latin, Greek, Turkish, Slavonic. Gudura is guducu, herdsman, or gudura we have in Greek. Maybe it simply designates the mountaintops or the outcasts. And now the toponyms, as I said. And now I must introduce you to my hypothesis. However, these terms, we should bear in mind some occurrences in lay religious tendencies, in religious phenomena, which also become more pronounced in the later Byzantine era, let's say in the early 15th century, late 14th century Slavic lands, rural communities, and surroundings of Thessaloniki. And these three indications, hints, also apply to this folkloric, let's say, theater or among the Slavic populations of Slavia, Orthodoxa. What is important to say is the Bogomils were also on several occasions brought into connection with some popular ritual plays. As we know, we have on few, not many times, but 2 or 3 times in the sources. For example, we know even from Cosmas the priest, who reported the Bogomils resorted to dance and devilish songs. And we know that the same epithet, the similar designations are implied to describe some popular religious celebrations or festivities. There were always devilish songs and dance, but of course sometimes it's a topos. And one of the most difficult things is to discern when it was a topos, when it was a real related to the real phenomena. But judging by this some information from sporadic information, the source material, the Bogomils were brought into connection with some of the pagan-like and superstitious beliefs and practices in Byzanto-Slavic world. One of those are Rusalia, for example. This was a pagan religious tradition reported to us by Demetrios Homatenos, right, in the 13th century, early 13th century, Archbishop of Ohrid. And it may have sprung out of the Roman custom, which consisted of paying honor to and commemorating the souls of the deceased, and also related to Dionysian relicts and remnants, which all reached the Balkans by the medium through or via the Black Sea coast, also in Thrace, and it was a very, very common substratum, pagan substratum, which survived basically. And so we know that these all in like Rusalia, and also St. John's Eve, which is celebrated in June. The Bogomils were also brought in connection with them, but also Epiphany and all these festivals or practices included the so-called inverted behaviors. Inverted, if I translate it into English, which also sounds not so a happy solution, but let's say inverted behavior included not conforming to the customs of the church, or not, for example, not performing the cross. And apparently, I'm very I'm out of time very soon. So just to say that this is a very huge topic. I'm writing on it. These are called dromena. These folkloric festivities are called dromena, like scenic theaters, and they included groups who visited houses and chased the demons away. And these are very, very often very frequent in all the Balkan world, like Bulgaria, Serbia, and other. And even something called Koledar magic was proposed to have existed. So basically, these are all these ritual processions included Koledari, Kukeri in Bulgaria, Survakari, Gemalari, Vasilichai, but all of these were related to calends of January, let's say more or less, to the Dodecameron, the period of 12 unbaptized days, so-called, between the Christmas and Epiphany, when, in the popular consciousness, the doors between this world and the other world were open, and all the demons could come and do harm to the peoples. And basically, the reaction of popular cults was to perform these kind of ritual actions, which were attested in Greek villages and in Thrace and in Serbia, as I said. But however, there were some links between those ritual behaviors and the Bogomils. There are some links, like these were groups like Tiasoi, groups of who had sometimes the same name as the Bogomils, like Didi or Dede, Starci, the old man. There were even congregations of 12. As the Bogomils, we know they had apostles, and these festivals were forbidden by the church. That's the most important thing, and judged anti-Christian. And the Christian population was averted not to participate. It included, as I said, inverted behavior, like demons were believed to be chased away. And all of this is, now we don't have time to go into details, what is all inverted, but it was a lot, there were many parodic elements, like parody of the church rituals, and I think it's very interesting. And as Dragojlović suggested, this kudukeri can be related to kukeri by amplification, by simplification of kukeri. It is similar, and it can be, let's say, linguistically, it may have been explained. But okay, this is also these festivities were also very much rejected in the West Europe as well as in the East. We have the calends of January were rejected by many, also Regina of Prüm and many other jurisdictions in the West. So first, it can be related to kukeri. I think I can see the relationship. Second, maybe to Gudura as the inhabitants of the hills, or maybe the outcasts, because we know that the Bogomils were persecuted by the authorities, and yes, I give you the Pagani from Pagus, and Babuni, the other name Babuna is the mountain as a designation. And the third, a Hunnic tribe of Kutrigurs. For me, it's curious because it made this name Kutrigurs may have remained in the unconscious, in the public unconscious, and maybe came to indicate foreigners or someone who was outside the public, the official structures. And these are two axes, as I said. Okay, and so I do agree with Rico when he asks the questions, what is left of the Bogomils in the 14th century? Well, maybe the Bogomils have simply merged into one of those lay religious observances. Maybe they found their place. These are all the avenues of research which I find interesting, and so I'm working on this and on including some other angles into the work of the Bogomils. Thank you very much for your attention. And now our last speaker. I'm very honored to introduce our last speaker, without whom none of this would have been possible. It's Jan Nikolai Volsky, who is here a very important person in the Terraneum Centrum and at the University of Łódź. And thanks to him, we are all here. Jan, please, present us your paper on the anchorites, Cenobites, Cosmos, Greece, and the beginnings of Bogomilism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will try to speak 15 minutes, not to see you showing me, just 5 minutes left. Thank you very much. In this presentation, I will address two debatable questions that the text of Cosmas the Priest, that is Sermon Against the Heretics, confronts us with. Does Cosmas allow us to connect Bogomilism with monasticism in any way, or to point to monks as bearers and heralds of heresy? And the second question, is Cosmas against the monastic movement or its anchoretic branch? The links between monasticism and Bogomilism is a topic that has attracted the attention of scholars, but not very clearly illuminated by the sources for the period of the birth and early existence of the heresy, I mean late 10th and early 11th century. What do the two movements, monasticism and Bogomilism, have in common? Apart from the sources, talking about the connection between the two movements is facilitated by logical presumption, with which I will begin. Monks are a stratum of Christians strongly committed to their faith or religion, ready to sacrifice much to fulfill its requirements. We can say the same about heretics. We assume that heresy is, especially in its birth and expansion, a movement of protest against certain elements of the existing order. Joining the heretics requires a preoccupation with matters of faith and religion. Only when a heresy has solidified and become dominant in an area, does its choice become supported by the conformists of individuals. Apart from Bosnia, as is sometimes assumed, such a situation has never been the case with Bogomilism. Bogomilism and monasticism as radical movements may attract similar or the same individuals. I don't know if any scholars have formulated these presumptions so explicitly, but I am convinced that similar presumptions support thinking about the links between heresy and monasticism. And in the case of Bogomilism, this primarily takes the form of a belief in monastic circles as vehicle of Bogomilism. This position has been repeatedly expressed in the scholarly literature. There are many points in common between monasticism and Bogomilism, not least in terms of the practice of piety and fervent profession of faith. That is prolonged prayer, sexual abstinence, dietary restrictions, emphasis on the importance of a personal relation with God, so mystical tendencies, etc. We also have several texts that explicitly mention the links between Bogomilism and monasticism. We can start with Anna Komnena. Her testimony relates to the late 11th and early 12th century, who described both the leader of the heresy and his followers as monks, or less certain sources from the mid-11th, 12th, and finally the 14th century, which describe the prevalence of the heresy among monks in a completely undoubted manner. For the purpose of this lecture, this should suffice for us. Firstly, the links between the Bogomil movement and monasticism seem natural, and secondly, the sources, at least from the late 11th century onwards, confirm the existence of such. We should now focus for a moment on Cosmas. He is an author from the second half of the 10th or early 11th century. He is now known for one work, the Sermon Against Heretics. The sermon has an essentially two-part structure. In the first, Polemical, the author exposes the errors of heretics and gives us an exposition of the right faith. In the second, moralistic part, he instructs his contemporaries, above all monks and priests. The division is conventional, and in the first part we have moralistic elements, and in the second part, polemical and theological elements. Cosmas gives a complete overview of Bogomil dogmatics. To him we owe the foundations of our knowledge of Bogomilism. I think that these points are familiar to you. Cosmas described the heretical critique of the ritual and structure of the church, heretical theology, above all the doctrine of creation, etc. Let us pick up some characteristic elements of Cosmas' description of the Bogomils. They are silent, they fast, they avoid stirs, laughter, they keep vigil and pray a lot. They do not eat meat, they do not drink wine, they criticize the lifestyle of laymen preoccupied with worldly matters. All this may be characteristic of the monk ethos, but Cosmas doesn't link the ethos of monks and heretics. He comments on the behavior of heretics in a characteristic way. He writes, "They do everything to make them indistinguishable from righteous Christians." He did not write monks here, but general Christians. Even when he has a good opportunity to associate monks and with Bogomils, he doesn't take it. In principle, the claim that Bogomilism was close to the monastic movement is correct. However, we don't know whether this was the case from the beginning. Such a position is logical, but sources to support it are lacking. To argue this basing on Cosmas would be to overinterpret the sermon against heretics. The only way Cosmas connects the Bogomils with the monks is that he speaks of both within one extensive text. But in it, he also speaks of bishops and lay people, instructing them in the same way as the monks. Let us not forget that Cosmas is a preacher, not a heresiologist. His overriding aim is to instruct the faithful, to encourage observance of the commandments, obedience to the church. In his sermon, he achieves this aim by criticizing heretics, clerics, monks, and the ordinary faithful. The choice of topics is perhaps not random, but it shouldn't serve us to speculate far and wide. In the works of historians such as Ivan Dujčev or Georgi Bakalov, we usually find cautious approaches to the relationship between monasticism and Bogomilism in the early days of the heresy. They show the two movements as competing institutions. Bogomilism was supposed to respond to the need for a radical realization of Christian ideals abandoned by clergy and monks in crisis. Florin Curta, critically citing class-based interpretations of Bogomilism as a protest movement of the poor and oppressed, points precisely to connection with monasticism as the correct line of interpretation, but he does it very cautiously. Quotation, others correctly point to the links between Bogomil asceticism and the predominant forms of monasticism in 10th century Bulgaria, such as championed by St. John of Rila. I leave the question of the nature of the relationship between Bogomilism and monasticism open. A link between the two movements as early as 10th or 11th century seems very tempting, but the basis for it is lacking. I doubt that such a basis could be provided by speculations about the geography of the Bogomil movement, but I'm not prepared to analyze that today. Let us now turn to the second issue. Is Cosmas merely criticizing the monks for their bad conduct, or is he an opponent of the monastic movement or a faction of it in general? Is he a critic of this institution of social life or an advocate of its renewal? Let us begin by looking at how Cosmas describes the monks. I will follow Cosmas here by recalling the thesis of his argument in turn. He begins with a harsh criticism. There are monks who live contrary to their vocation. He gives some examples, mentions monks who don't care about the salvation of others, those who travel and live a prosperous life, going around houses telling people what they have seen. He talks about monks who take women for themselves, etc. In the next passage, he declares, "But if you want to be a monk and accept the cross of Jesus Christ, better stay home." He explicitly advises against entering a monastery and argues that one can fulfill one's Christian vocation to a righteous life as a lay person. He rejects the view that one cannot be saved outside the monastery and that it is easier to be saved in a monastery. He points out the hardship of life in a monastery. Quotation, "Many were lost in the wilderness and the mountains because they thought of worldly things, but many who also lived with women in cities were saved." His sermon is a bit wordy and somewhat chaotic. He goes on to criticize those who abandon their families and leave them in poverty and go to a monastery themselves. But Cosmas' resistance to monastic life is not absolute. Those willing to live the anchoretic life, he points to followers of Sava and Antony, are encouraged to undergo a 3-year trial in a closed cell. Next quotation, "And if you see that you are strong to endure all kinds of hardship, then go to a monastery and submit to your abbot for Christ's sake. Again, he returns to his criticism of the monks. He directs his venomous tongue against monks who live their lives without submitting to any superior. They build their own cells in a secluded place and do not join any community. He spells out his criticism in many words. He goes on to turn against pseudo-monks who apparently live as anchorites. They avoid the monastic law, do not want to work or obey the abbot, and cannot live a day in peace with the monks. Wishing to pass for respectable on earth, they betray to us their own covenants and laws. By confession they forgive sins and commit foolishness when they themselves ought to be excused by others. He attributes to them the sin of pride. Finally, he presents his vision of the ideal monk. Quotation, others wander, as Paul says, in the mountains and caves of the earth, depriving themselves of all the goods of this world. The whole world is unworthy of them. They dwell 2 or 3 in one soul, having Christ in their midst according to the scripture. And he sums up, and oh man, if you wish to be a monk, here we have shown you all the ways of salvation. Let us consider what ways Cosmas has in mind here. Of all the ways of salvation, does he exclude any of the monastic lifestyles accepted in the church of that time? Recently, Cosmas' arguments have been carefully analyzed by Professor Martin Illert in a book edited in Brussels last year, Gegen die Bogomil Presbyter Cosmas. He came to the conclusion that Cosmas is an opponent of anchoretic life. This conclusion seems obvious. Cosmas, in 2 consecutive paragraphs, first criticizes monks living in seclusion according to their own will and praises monks living in groups, in 2 or 3 persons. I would like to point out a few details to challenge this view. Professor Illert does not make a mistake in his detailed narration of Cosmas' views. I consider only the conclusion as wrong. For Cosmas does not criticize any of the forms of monasticism practiced in the Byzantine Slavic world during the epoch under analysis. Let's take a look at what the anchoretism of the time actually was. There are several lives that show us holy hermits as complete solitaries, John of Rila or Prohor of Pshina, for example, and they, sometimes even without monastic formation, distance themselves completely from the world and die after several decades of very strict asceticism, sleep deprivation, constant prayer, exposure to cold, rain and snow, and harassment by demons. Such a vision of anchoretism, as Denis Papachrysanthi, for example, points out, is erroneous. She regards life describing the life of a hermit in this way as a mere legend. And indeed, in situations where we have a little more information about the life of a holy monk, such a pattern of life is never realized. Complete seclusion turns out to be only a temporary practice for the final completion of monastic formation, after which the monk could become stares, an elder, and in time some disciples would join him. Moreover, a monk could only retire to the desert with the consent of his igumen or elder. Any standard monastic career conducted according to the rules of the Eastern Church began in a community monastery. Its successive but not necessary stages could be seclusion under the guidance of an elder, and then complete seclusion and service as a teacher starts. Monks living in solitude were usually dependent on a nearby monastery, sometimes supported by the congregation by receiving an annual pension known as adelphaton. Such a state of affairs is confirmed both by hagiographical sources, by later rules of hermetic life, and by parenetic sources, including John Climacus' Letter of Paradise. The last book had the status of a basic manual of spiritual life at the time. If we try to compare how the latter author classifies monastic lifestyles with what Cosmas writes, we get a parallel picture. The basic form of monasticism is, of course, cenobitism. A higher form, but not necessarily appropriate for all, is life in groups of 2-3 people, usually constituting matter-disciple pairs. Climacus calls such groups hesychastic. Cosmas values them highly, as was evident in the passage quoted above. What about the more radical anchorites or recluses? Climacus only suggests that their asceticism is the highest form of life, but refrains from saying so explicitly, for only a few are able to endure the inconveniences of such a life. We find a similar claims in Cosmas. He speaks with awe of Antony the Great and Saba, but discourages people from following in their footsteps, claiming that the addressee of his sermon will not be able to endure the hardship of their lifestyle. Whom then does Cosmas criticize in the passage of his sermon when he turns against monks unable to endure life in a monastery? His description would fit a radical anachoresis, whereas we find in the text some clues to define the criticized group differently. For Cosmas speaks there of monks living according to their own will, distancing themselves from the world without anyone's blessing. The phrase monks living according to their own will is a phrase with a specific designation in the language of the ascetics of the time. These are the idiorhythmic monks, well known from other, mainly later sources. They were criticized for embarking on a solitary path entirely at their own will, without proper monastic formation. Therefore, I believe that Cosmas is not criticizing anachoresis as a one form of monastic life. His postulate is to conduct it according to the customs and rules of the church. His sermon is somewhat chaotic and in places may seem imprecise by being too wordy, but it remains consistent with ideas about monastic lifestyles prevalent in the Byzantine and Bulgarian church. This conclusion cannot be altered by the authority of Basil the Great, who was indeed an opponent of a life of solitude. The question requiring proof remains whether Basil was perceived at the time as an opponent of solitude life. Of Church Fathers' work at the time, that his Asceticon and his biblical commentaries were the most widely read. In this voluminous corpus, criticism of anachoresis is found in only 2 or 3 places and could have been read as a criticism of irregularities and a warning against the dangers of a solitary life. Basil's opinion were countered en masse by other monastic readings. The daily or almost daily readings of the Patericon, which was essentially a monument to the glory of the desert fathers, the Letter of Paradise, the writings of Isaac and Ephraim the Syrian. If we look at the Menologian, another source of daily monastic reading, we also find there much praise of the anchorites. In conclusion, I have raised 2 questions in this talk. Does Cosmas' sermon allow us to link the monastic movement with Bogomilism in any way? My answer is no. And does Cosmas take a clear position in the dispute between the proponents of communal and solitary life? And again, my answer is no. Position of Cosmas is fully in line with the traditions of the Eastern Church at the time. I realize that both of these answers are somewhat disappointing, although one yes would allow us to say a little more interesting things about the time of Cosmas and the birth of Bogomilism, but that would be a shortcut, and I'm convinced that we cannot afford to take it. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. I would like to open the floor for our last discussion. I don't even know how many. Online, I don't know how many people
okay.
do it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Professor Tsibranska-Kostova is here, and I don't know who else is with us. All right. So maybe I see the person, Carmela. I'm sorry, I don't see the last name. Maybe you wish to ask the question from the first session. You wanted to ask us something, but we. All right, someone else. Does anyone have a question?
I have one question, Uncle to you. It's a well-known problem for people studying Slavonic Bulgarian texts that very often the exact Greek original of this is not known, and if we want to follow what was the redactory work of the Slavic translator or later redactors, we cannot be sure what had been done because we don't know the exact Greek version. Probably there were some versions similar to this one, and of course it may be facilitated to find such a version thanks to our database. Was it is the matter of your text you were discussing, or the Greek versions, original version, are well known, and you can be sure that this rewriting were done by Slavic redactors.
I'm pretty sure about it. Okay. No Byzantine author would produce such kind of shit. Pseudo history of a kind of. It's a pure shame for who wrote it.
So immediately I'll address my second question, because I have such impression that when I read Slavic polemical texts against Latins, there are just some stupid things, you know, just insulting and no serious theological argumentation, even it's not so serious in fact. And when I contact Greek tradition, Greek anti-Latin texts, they are more, let's say, sophisticated, more serious. Is this picture true, or Greek manuscripts are also full of this insulting, let's say, stupid text?
But not so full,
not so
like
full.
in the Slavic tradition,
which
was not so censured. I mean, in Byzantium, obviously there was a kind of censure. It was not total, of course. They were not capable to destroy every text which goes against the teaching of the official church, but still they were very successful, I think, in many instances, in many ways. In Bulgaria, we had a totally different situation, and I already mentioned that if you include Slav polemical tradition into what you call Byzantine church or Byzantine polemic, it's a bit difficult to accept, since we don't know the ways, reasons, places where all these Byzantine polemical texts, most of them, were translated into Slavonic, and what was the purpose of the translations? We are missing the context, and we have Pachymeres on example, who describes something. We know many things about the context of the unions concluded between Byzantium and the Western Church, and the circumstances in the Slavic countries for the Middle Ages. I'm not discussing the Rus and the Muscovite Russia. We have many things, but what was happening in among the Balkan Slavs is is badly documented, actually, and we are to be very careful. So what Balkan Slavs and Byzantium had in common was the Orthodoxy, and the common designation of these churches, since this is not the Byzantine Church, with sometimes it was not, of course, Orthodox.
Yeah, but
this is the most correct general term.
This is also a construction. I mean,
it's not. It's so general that. But
no, I mean,
currently you have what you have done based on Byzantine Greek material, and it's perfectly okay.
Yes, for sure.
I'm not objecting, and you cannot change anything, even including the Slavs. But still, I have some tension.
Okay.
But I'll think about it. Yeah. Let me be not so completist.
Thank you. Do we have some other questions?
I would like to ask you one thing. When I'm reading about these different names of Bogomilism, I'm always tempted to speculate a bit, because what challenges me is the unity and diversity in Bogomil movement.
Yeah.
And when I came across another name for Bogomilism, it's usually interpreted as it's another synonym.
Yeah,
and
right.
it's heresy of different names. Like you mentioned some of them. And I always tempted to think maybe it was not one heresy, but a complex phenomenon. And if we speak about one heresy,
Bogomils is a kind of a umbrella term.
It became an umbrella term.
It's like Manichaean,
like
other
Manichaean.
Paulicians.
I'm sure it did, because 5 centuries, if the first account on the Bogomils is 10th century, the last is the early 15th, so it's almost 500 years. At 500 years, it's huge. It's like from 16th, 17th century to today, everything that happened, and you cannot have one movement that stays monolithic and the same in all. I think you are right, and I think there are many sub-branches or sub-movements, but we don't know. We don't have so many sources, unfortunately, like from the Cathars or from the south of France, or unfortunately.
And it's also challenging that what we know about divisions in Bogomil movement from Western sources is not compatible with what we know about Bogomilism from Eastern sources.
Yes. So we will never know something. We will never know. We can just hypothesize, say maybe this was maybe, but that's why I think all the other sciences can help us. Some other disciplines can help us maybe in this respect. I don't know.
I have also a question. For Bogomils, at least, you just spoke of Messianians. These accusations of heresy were sometimes used, especially by the official church, in order to accuse people of something else, but just to condemn them with something which could be acceptable. And I'm thinking especially of the Hesychast controversy, and so some people were accused of being either Bogomils or Messianians, or perhaps also other things. And so this merging of different polemics, so hiding the final intention, perhaps sometimes, I think it would also be something, well, an interesting topic. I don't know if, well, Antonio Rigo, of course, wrote about that. I don't know if concerning the Bogomils, there are also other studies about that question of superposition, in fact, of polemics.
It is huge work to do, to find the layers of what was said about Bogomils and of what they were accused. Because generally in historiography, it's dominant that we gather a picture. So we take something from this polemic, something from this, and we try to find common things in this, not to underline the differences, but to interpret it in this way that we have one movement, not many movements, but still another way of taking another approach. So underlying the differences would be as well not very related. Yeah, it could be as well questioned because we don't have much sources.
Yes, and it is the question of terminology. It was always, it's rhetorical topos, rhetorical tools. But first it was the Manichaeans, and then also the Messalians, and then the Bogomils, as you said later, like the umbrella term.
And we should remember that in the episode of Theophylact, Patriarch of Constantinople, to Emperor Peter of Bulgaria, an answer to a episode of the emperor, what to do with the heretics. which appeared in his lands. These heretics are not envisaged by name. I mean, they are anonymous. They appeared a heresy, and now what to do? But no Bogomil, no such designations. And sometimes I'm thinking, why, on example, Peter of Sicily addressed his tract against the Paulicians, which appeared as an echo from the war of Basil I against the Paulicians in Asia Minor and the destruction of Africa and so on. Why this tract of Paul was addressed to the or dedicated to the Archbishop of Bulgaria? Not envisaged by name, but it's very strange. Probably this was the first Archbishop appointed for Bulgaria. And probably this might be because Paul was trying to prevent further spread of Paulician heresy to newly Christianized Bulgaria, which now has a church institution of its own. And the Archbishop should know about what happened in Asia Minor with these Paulicians, who were they and how they behaved and so on. And it might be something else. Probably Paul knew that such kind of people live in the Bulgarian lands. And it's quite probable. And what happened to those in Asia Minor was only part of the problem. I mean, Basil crushed them, but what was happening to the Balkan heretics, known from the times that their presence in pagan Bulgaria is attested, we know that such groupings existed there. And they found in Bulgaria welcoming, since they were dissident groups which didn't want to live within the empire. They fled. Groupings, persons, we have different information in different situations. So again, the name of the heresy is not the most important thing.
No.
We have to compare their practices, and in many instances they just don't coincide. They are not compatible. And obviously we are speaking about different heretical groupings.
Yeah.
Well, the letter you mentioned, like the Theophilus the Capenus to the Salpeter, is very interesting from historiographical point of view, because a researcher of Bogomil is treated as a source for Bogomilism, and taking under consideration in contents, researcher of Polish hymns takes it as a source for Polish hymns. And it's just Antonio Riga and Florin Kurta who, as far as I'm concerned,
yeah, this question was discussed. It's not something
treated as
new,
a
of
source
course.
for Bogomilism, but for Polish hymns. No one discussed it seriously.
All right. Do we have other questions? I don't think so. It was a wonderful session. So, Jan, would you like to say your last?
Oh, Carmelo. Carmelo is with us.
He had a question for first.
Because since I to address a question in the first panel. I don't know if, okay, thank you so much. So thank you both for your presentation. I really believe that RAP project is an amazing project for people working on this kind of literature. And while you were speaking, I was just, well, I know the project is indeed in a startup phase, but I was just wondering if in some future development of this database, it would be possible also to mark how authors quote each other, since I mean, and also Alessandra Bucossi was speaking about the possibility to employ some network analysis in relation to this kind of texts. And then another question about the manuscript tradition, since, I mean, in many manuscripts, it is very common to find also some diagrams or schemes or visual elements which are often, I mean, left out from catalog descriptions and in general from a philological, evaluation. So I was just wondering if the database could also in future possibly provide some information about the presence or the absence of these kind of elements. Thank you.
The questions are for you.
I'm coming. Hello, ciao Carmelo.
Ciao, salve.
Well, the two things you mentioned are extremely interesting. Both the relationship, I mean, I was asking before Octavian-Adrian, because I really think that is something that we should research on. However, this approach needs a different tool. And I don't think it can be easily integrated in what we are doing now, because what we are doing now is a clavis. So is something that is somehow is a kind of enriched clavis, in the sense that, as Marie-Hélène explained before, we believe that this is not only a kind of quantitative research, it's not only based on simple data, but we trust the fact that at the end, especially using the keyword, we will be able to analyze the entire corpus in a different way. Yes. However, when you want to discuss the relationship between the authors, other relationship in the sense is not just, I mean, we were talking about relationship, yes, but it's something like a text and a refutation, and text and a translation. But if you start mapping the contents, that's another thing, and it cannot be done via our kind of database. Must be done with other tools, much more complicated from the technical point of view. And these are the kind of tools that, for example, we can use now in the Thesaurus Linguae Graece. On TLG you can compare text, because these are done with the kind of textual analysis that is very complicated. I don't know anything about. I wish I could say something more. And I think it's very interesting and very promising. And I suppose, I mean, the future development of digital humanities will help us a lot. Because this is also a way to work on, I mean, this is the way to work on resources, on the apparatus fontium. I don't trust completely the technology, let's be clear. I mean, I think human beings are useful and more than useful, but still I think that technology can, give us some hints. I mean, some technical analysis can show us some places to research further. That's what I think. And I think, I mean, one thing I've always thought about is how to map the argumentations, how they change, how they, if there is an addition of argumentation throughout the century, which one are those who are left, because perhaps are in fortunes, but then they are not used anymore. For example, I'm just guessing, it's very difficult to map these things. Also because the difference between an argument and another one sometimes is very complicated. I mean, you know that you have been working on Nicholas of Methone, so I mean, it's very difficult to map the argumentations. Of course, I'm talking about the filioque because this is my field, but can be applied to anything else. Exactly. I mean, for example, yes, exactly. The explanation of why the primacy is not acceptable. So I really think it would be very interesting to work with digital humanists and discover other way to approach and how to build this kind of network analysis. I know Johannes Preiser-Capelle published an interesting paper on, he did a study on a group of letters, for example, I mean, to see, you know, the relationship. And that was the first thing. What was the
manuscripts and what is it in the
margins?
margins?
Diagrams.
Yes.
Diagrams. Well, this is another extremely interesting topic. I know there are some studies on diagrams in general. I would be very interested in having a study on diagrams related to the discussion between the Latin and the Greek Church. Well, that's a good research topic. Why don't you publish an article about that? No, I mean, we should go. I mean, of course, it's a good idea. I mean, it's a good suggestion to say, I mean, we will be working more thoroughly on manuscripts. If we find something, to keep it somewhere, I mean, to have a list of manuscripts which preserve this kind of visual, let's say, descriptions. As far as I know, there is nothing explicitly dedicated to the polemical text. There is,
I think, philosophers work on diagrams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are publications on diagrams, but as far as I know, explicitly, yeah. I mean, there was something. Oh, now I don't remember the author actually, but I can write to you. There was something because they had a colloquium, I think, in Princeton, perhaps, on diagrams. And that was very interesting. And there was one devoted to actually the diagrams that are found in Nicetas of Thessaloniki and also others. But I don't think it's a complete, you know, coverage of the topic. I mean, there are certainly things that can be added, but now I do not remember the name of the scholar. I'm sorry, but I can write to you and tell you.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. I just thought it could be, I mean, great if in the database you could add, I don't know, in addition to the information about the title. Or I don't know, just to tell scholars if there are diagrams or not in the.
It can be done in the remarks. I mean, when there is, it can be done. I mean, it's a good idea. If we find something, we can add it in the remark session. I mean, yeah, that's something, at least to keep trace of it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, I'm happy, Carmelo, that you managed to ask your question, because I felt quite bad that we didn't let you ask it on time. Okay, so we are approaching the end of our meeting. Thank you very much to everyone for being here, and I hope to see you next time in similar occasion.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's Carmelo.
Yes,
Carmelo who already asked the question. Thank you, Professor.
I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you.